right, welcome everyone. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Let's start with the welcome and introductions, agenda item number 1. And can we get a roll call?
So Tony Doan.
Present.
Shell Anderson. Jay Arnold.
Here.
Todd Bayrether.
Here.
Justin Borgalt.
Here.
Micah Chappelle.
I see him raising his hands. So he's here, I assume.
He's in the attendees. Okay. We'll move him over. Damon Doyle.
Here.
Tom Handy.
Here.
Roger Haringa.
Here.
Matthew Hepner. Craig Holt.
Present.
Ty Menzer. Ben O'Meara.
Present.
Pete Reiki.
Did you get me here?
I hear you now. Thank you. Katie Sheehan. Is that Katie? I didn't.
Yeah,
Okay. And then our ex officio members, Representative Keith Gaynor.
Here.
Lauren Lathrop.
I'm here.
Senator John Lovick. Representative Alex Ramel.
Good morning.
Morning. Senator Linda Wilson.
Here.
Thank you. And our Assistant Attorney General, Derek Meyer-Brockdahl.
Hi, Ned. I'm here.
Thank you. So did we see Shell Anderson?
I'm here. Apologies for being a minute late.
Okay, thank you. And did we get Micah moved over?
I'm here, but I don't think I'm moved over. The links you sent for panelists didn't work. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll get you moved over. And then Matthew Hepner.
Progress.
Or Ty Menzer. Okay, so we do have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Joanne, do we have new council members that?
That's what I was going to say. We have Ben, if he can introduce himself.
Welcome, Ben. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ben O'Meara, representing mechanical engineers on the Code Council.
Okay, welcome. Glad to have you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move to review and approve the agenda. Agenda is up on the share screen right now.
Jeff,
go ahead.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
That's fine.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any against? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll be going into executive session. Those council members should have received a link for specifically for the executive session. The council will now meet in executive session to discuss with legal counsel representing the agency litigation to which the agency is or may be a party when public knowledge regarding the discussion is likely to result in an adverse legal or financial consequence to the agency as allowed by RCW 42-30-110, Section 1, subsection I. I guess at 10:05. Do we want 30 minutes? Is that what we're doing, Stoyan, on that?
I think that we said initially for 30 minutes with, potential extensions if needed.
Okay, the council will be in executive session until 10:35. That concludes the executive session. Before we call the meeting back to order, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We will come back at 11:53. Thank you. Okay, call the regular meeting back to order. We will move to agenda item number 4. Review and approve the minutes. We'll start with April 21st.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Tom. Thank you.
Second.
And a second from Micah. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any against? Okay. Motion carries. We'll move to the May 19th minutes.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. And moving to the May 24th minutes.
Move to approve.
Thank you. We have a motion. I think I heard a second from Micah. Is that right?
Yes.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any against? Okay, motion carries. I think Todd is in the attendees list. If we can move him over to a panelist, please. Thank you. Todd, anything to add on agenda item number 4? Okay, there you are. Todd, do you have anything to add for agenda item number 4? Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and go to agenda item number 5, which is public comment on items not on the agenda, So if you're in the attendees list, and you have any public comment, now would be the time to raise your hand. And then also for State Building Code Council staff, if you'll let me know if there's any public comment that will take place in person, then we can navigate that after the attendees online.
Yes,
Your guys' audio isn't coming through. So Todd's didn't pick up and neither did yours, Stoyan.
I'm sorry. We were muted. My apologies.
Okay, go ahead, Stoyan.
We have several people here in the room.
Okay, all right. We'll start with the attendees online, and then if anyone has a public comment for an item not on the agenda, we'll switch over to the in-person. Lynn Fitzhughes. You should have the ability to unmute your mic now.
Hello.
Go ahead, Lynn. I can hear you.
Okay, I am not Lynn Fitzhugh. I borrowed her tablet, and so I can't change my name for some reason. I thought I had. My name is Charlotte Persons, and I hope you will call on Lynn Fitzhugh later.
Okay.
Okay. So as I said, I'm Charlotte Persons, and I live in Olympia. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm very supportive of the goal of strengthening building codes to protect residences and humans from wildfire. However, I have many concerns about the current WUI code. I'm especially concerned about the Washington DNR story map that defines the interface, intermix, and wildlands areas, and the Washington DNR map that's referenced in the code that designates them. These areas are the ones to which the code requirements apply. However, these areas are actually many miles, often hundreds of miles, away from wildfire danger as designated on a different Washington DNR map. I wish I could show it to you. That map, titled Wildfire Risk Map, designates with 5 colors the areas of highest to lowest wildfire danger in our state. Unsurprisingly, the highest 3 levels of wildfire danger are mostly in areas of forests, mostly in and near Cascade, Colville, and Umatilla mountain ranges, with some areas of shrub steppe. Some of these high-risk wildfire areas have residences in or near them, and some border or are near cities, towns, and suburbs. The SBCC should be concerned about residences within these areas of high wildfire risk to humans, not those within the areas of interface, intermix, and wildlands designated on the code's map. I urge you to delay the start date for the code. Please take the time to work with DNR to rewrite the definitions and designations of interface and intermix areas and wildlands. I have confidence that you will create a code that actually protects human life and residences from wildfires in the highest wildfire risk areas of our state. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Okay, next on the list, we have Lynn Fitzhugh. So I'm assuming that's the other name on there that.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Okay. Lynn Fitzhugh, Director of Restoring Earth Connections, serving Thurston County. I do support the... Pardon?
Continue, go ahead.
I do support the adoption of amendments that move forward no gas in new buildings. However, my concern today is for implementation of WUC, which I feel has many unintended consequences in how it's being rolled out. There is widespread confusion going on about what passed earlier this year that must be clarified before it can go forward. Most of the unintended consequences are how this much tree removal will intersect with climate change fallout or add to it. Ironically, the huge amount of carbon released by this much tree clearing will further heat the planet, which we know then leads to more forest fires. We also know that the more trees we have, the more carbon is sucked down and stored, and the more rainwater is stored in the earth, protecting against coming drought and protecting soil quality. With more intense rainstorms under climate change, the trees left standing also protect against flash flooding around these homes. They are also a cooling effect on a heating planet and remove pollutants, which is also getting worse now. We are losing large numbers of trees due to heat and new diseases, so this is a poor time to accelerate tree loss. It has been very hard to get authoritative answers no matter where one turns. At minimum, you need one document, not 3, that lines out what was adopted and is still in force. It also appears that the map is a huge problem. The international code calls for the code to be applied to the interface areas, but it did not call for intermix areas. As someone who lives in Olympia, To see 2/3 of Tumwater and Lacey, plus all of Woodby, Vashon, and other island communities have this code applied seems like a way overreach of rational policy. Those are the urban areas we want to build up in and not out into our UGAs. This map does not relate to where actual fires are. While this code was considered for impacts on electric, plumbing, and building fire, it was not held to a climate lens. At this point in time, we cannot do that without potentially deadly impacts. This code conflicts with the Washington state forestry goals, the state's past climate goals, etc. It also strongly impacts builders and landscapers, as you will hear. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you, Lynn. Barb Carey, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Carey, and I live in Olympia, Washington. I'm a retired hydrogeologist. And can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Barbara.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for taking my comments. I'm speaking in favor of revising and reworking the Wildlife-Urban Interface Code. Older, larger trees play an irreplaceable role in managing urban water systems. Their canopies capture and slow down precipitation, and their roots store and use water. Tree roots stabilize soil and improve soil structure. This improves conditions for precipitation to percolate into underlying aquifers. These aquifers supply municipal drinking water and maintain stream flows vital for salmon. Both of these uses are at risk in many parts of the state, including Western Washington. Young trees do not have these capabilities for many years, if they even make it to maturity, due to their susceptibility to drought. Together, the important functions that large trees carry out, slowing down precipitation, providing soil structure, and enhancing aquifer storage, serve to reduce the amount of runoff and its associated pollutants that flows into streams, rivers, and marine waters. Stormwater is one of the largest sources of toxins to Puget Sound in our fresh waters. For 1 inch of rainfall, a paved surface generates 27,000 gallons of runoff. Older trees with more canopy and root volume than young ones hold that water back. Flooding likewise is prevented by the same functions of large, older trees, particularly after our dry summers. Soil associated with large trees does not dry out in summer as much as soil without trees or with young trees. Therefore, soil acts like a sponge to absorb fall rains. Bone-dry soils cannot. Stream temperature, a pinch point for salmon, is also protected by larger, older tree canopies in urban areas that provide shade and reduce temperature of water flowing into streams and waterways. And finally, slope stability is decreased when large trees are removed, making landslides and again high runoff more likely. I urge you to reconsider and revise the details of this code to avoid unintended harmful consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Natasha Hayes, go ahead.
Let's see, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. Well, this is Natasha Hayes. I live in Olympia, and I also am, wanting to comment about the Wildlife Urban Interface Code, which I'd like changed. And a lot of people have covered a number of the topics that, that I was going to talk about, which mainly have to do with the, the protection that trees give towards against climate change. But, again, I think the main thing is we're seeing a domino effect, which I think people have covered. We lose trees, we increase climate change, we increase heat, we increase fires. And I just wanted to point out that recently the Spokane fire, the one near Spokane, burned 21,000 acres. A lot of that is decreased moisture. And Canada lost 37 million acres. There was more loss of tree cover in 2022 than any other year in history in Washington and the United States. And I am just very concerned that these things are not being taken into account in terms of many decisions that Washington State is making. So that, again, my feeling is you think globally, you act regionally. And I think we're not doing that. I have to treat my beliefs, I have to treat everything as if what I do matters, because if many, many people do what matters, then we actually can make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natasha. Sherry Dysart.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sherry Dysart. I live in County, the traditional home of the Coast Salish peoples. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the Wildland Urban Interface Code. This council establishes the minimum building, mechanical, fire, plumbing, and energy code requirements necessary to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the people of the state of Washington by reviewing, developing, and adopting the state building code. Any code that unintentionally reduces tree cover, especially of mature trees, jeopardizes the health, safety, and welfare of the people of Washington. Trees are not the enemy. Mature trees are more fire resistant than younger trees. Mature trees are the carbon workhorses of the planet, sequestering carbon and also providing us with shade during heat domes. Dr. Chad Hansen and many others have done extensive research about wildfire behavior over the past several decades. All of the best available independent science points to the necessity of conserving mature trees and forests if we want to stabilize the climate and protect communities. All of the best available science points to home hardening as the way to protect homes and their inhabitants. Trees are not the enemy. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sherry. Judy Barden, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My name is Dr. Judy Barden, and I'm a retired environmental epidemiologist. I'm also a registered nurse. I have serious concerns about the new wildland interface code and how it will impact us. I feel we need a much more balanced approach that considers the risks as well as the benefit of trees. Just some of these benefits include: trees help prevent stormwater runoff and flooding. They hold water in their branches and leaves where evapotranspiration can occur. An example of this is being able to stand under a tall evergreen when it is raining and not getting wet. Trees also actively take up and use water. The University of Washington Climate Impacts Group has predicted that Washington's rainfall patterns will alter extensively with climate change. More rain will occur in the fall and winter months, and deluge patterns of rains will be much more frequent. This will lead to more flooding. Trees can help mitigate this. Trees help mitigate traffic air pollution by providing a buffer against pollution. Perhaps most importantly, people evolved around trees. There are now proven health benefits of living or experiencing green space close by. For example, women have better pregnancy outcomes and people heal more quickly after surgery when they are in contact with green space. To quote Dr. Peter James, Associate Professor in Population Health at Harvard, on the benefit of trees, trees effect on us translate into long-term changes in the incidence of depression, anxiety, cognitive decline, and chronic diseases, including cardiovascular disease and cancer. Please modify these proposed codes. Thank you for taking my comments. And I'm from Olympia, Washington.
Thank you, Judy. Michael?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. So, hi, I'm Michael Fear, the Executive Director of Walk a Million Trees Project, a Bellingham-based nonprofit. We have been locally promoting greater wildfire understanding and what the best steps are for wildfire resilience. The wildfire interface, urban interface code, as currently proposed, has major problems regarding what to do about trees in the wildland-urban interface properties, as others have mentioned earlier. Wildfire resilience research shows that a few key steps to hardening a home are what matters most, such as tight mesh attic screens, no gutter debris, having a non-combustible roof, and removing any plant or bark on the ground within 5 to 10 feet of the house. It's great that your code calls for such steps. However, removing trees 30 to 100 feet from structures will not significantly improve a home's wildfire resiliency. Why? It's because the key igniter of a home is flying hot ashes, and those can travel for miles in a wildfire event. It's not nearby trees. In recent wildfires in the western US and Hawaii, hardened homes that have survived virtually untouched, while others have burned to the ground all around them, demonstrate that adjacent trees were not a factor. A wide array of studies supports this. I recommend all of you watch the recent documentary Elemental as one way to learn more. Please pause implementation of the WWUIC code until more understanding and clarity can be reached regarding the tree canopy impacts. In this new climate era, trees are needed more than ever for carbon capture, flood reduction, cooling effects, pollution reduction, and many other benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. June, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to testify. My name is June Blue Spruce. I live in Seattle, and I'm retired from a long career in healthcare delivery and public health. And I am also testifying about the Wildlife Urban Interface Code. As many people have said, trees are powerhouse protectors against climate change. Heavily treed areas can reduce summer heat temperatures up to 10 degrees. A study of an extreme heat event in King County in 2020 even showed that areas with fewer trees were up to 20 degrees hotter. In extreme heat, 10 to 20 degrees of cooling saves lives. Trees also reduce the need for electricity used for air conditioning. In winter, trees protect against wind and have a warming effect, saving heat. Trees also, as others have said, sequester a tremendous amount of carbon. Positive health effects of trees are well documented, including lower asthma rates and improvements in cardiovascular health. Being around trees improves mental health and lowers risk of anxiety, depression, and many other mental health conditions. We need to take a systemic approach to forest fire mitigation rather than looking at each risk factor one at a time. The climate crisis is a huge contributor to the explosion of severe forest fires we are experiencing. It makes no sense to approach fire protection by cutting down trees unnecessarily. Cutting down large numbers of trees exacerbates the very problem we are trying to solve. Please delay implementation of the code until you can rework it to avoid unintentionally making this problem much worse. Thank you.
Thank you, June. Mary Ann, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Tompkins, and I live in Olympia, Washington, and I am also speaking in regards to the Wildland Urban Interface Code. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, so I do get it that we have to make changes to adapt to climate disasters, but this code really has me concerned. I have 30 plus years in the landscape industry, and I've been trying to wrap my head around the code and picturing new homes per the code with no vegetation other than green grass, an acceptable ground cover and defensible space of 30 to 100 feet. So, and implementing this code really guarantees increased water usage when many clients and municipalities, to keep the grass green, they're trying, many municipalities are encouraging conservation right now with water. So, and energy use is going to go through the roof with air conditioners instead of trees cooling everything down. I'm going to say what everybody else has said about that, but the other thing was there was something in there about trees being limbed 6 feet from the ground. And so how does that work for an 8-foot tree? And just so you know, last I checked, Thurston County has ivy succulents listed as acceptable ground cover under the 2021 WUI. And first, there's no such thing that I'm aware of. And ivy is an invasive plant in Washington State. But this is an example of how confusing this code is to so many people. And Washington is the evergreen state. And I got to say, this is the most critical thing I have to say. The Wildland Urban Interface Code conflicts with Washington State's Urban Forest Management Plan, particularly in reference to RCW 76.15.005 of the plan. And that is increased tree canopy in urban areas can positively impact salmon populations through stormwater management and reduction of stream temperatures, thereby improving critical salmon habitat. So I am also asking the Building Council to please review the consequences and put the implementation of the WUI on hold. We can't fight climate disasters if we continue to implement policies that contribute to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Erin, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Erin Greenlee. I live in Olympia, Washington. I also have deep concerns about the Wildlife Urban Interface Code. I realize this was developed with good intentions. However, I am concerned about the far-reaching and potentially devastating consequences. I ask everyone here to think of some of the very hot days you have experienced in our increasingly hot summers. Now imagine being outside on one of those days in a yard with few or no trees for an extended period of time. Contrast this to being outside in an area rich with shade. The difference between those experiences is great, and the consequences of the shade-less experience for our health are potentially dire, especially as we all age. Also, think of being in a home on a lot with no trees and how that compares to a home with natural shade. Many people cannot afford to install or use air conditioning, and indeed, with the increased use of air conditioning in the summer, our electrical grid is increasingly strained. Our summers are only going to get hotter. But even more devastating is the effect cutting down so many trees will have on a world with increasing temperature and storms due to carbon emissions. It is critical that we account for the carbon emissions that occur when we cut down trees, and even more importantly, the loss of current and future carbon drawdown and storage from these trees. Our trees are one of the greatest treasures of our region. For our future, we need more trees, not fewer. With the WUIC as written, in trying to plan for a situation that might happen in some places, we will greatly exacerbate a situation that is already happening everywhere. Please wait to implement this code and thoroughly consider these potentially devastating consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Abby Brockway, and I live in Seattle, and I'd like to also comment on the Wildlife Urban Interface Code. I'd like to respect everyone's time and just concur with everything that's already been said. I do want to also point out that there are certain states that set precedents, and Washington State leads in many of these areas. And so what is decided here is very, very important to lead the way. I see that this is not fully fleshed out and may have unintended consequences. I also would say that public input is extremely important. And as you can see from this call, that there are experts in every field shedding light on the weaknesses of this code as written. So I really think that this needs to be delayed and reworked rather than just plowing through decisions. You know, just hearing examples of the landscaper speaking about ivy, which actually strangles trees, These types of things are not good. Just randomly saying that you need to clear 100 feet is not scientifically proven. And there are examples of just clearing 5 feet from structures would do it. So understanding, instead of just naming something without that supporting evidence, is just not helpful. I own a construction company, and I know that during the lead abatement process that Washington State put together, it was very, very important that it was clear and understanding why the whys and the buy-in from all of the construction companies. I also believe that the worst thing you could do is roll this out and have confusion and misunderstanding of the whys and how this plays a part. I also do want to say that replanting mature trees is never going to happen. Due to the climate change, small saplings will never be able to thrive without being watered constantly. And that's just not practical to do in a forest in remote areas. So I would really, again, think that this is just so important to get the details right. So I would say, please slow this down. Please look to the public figures that are interested in this, consult with them, get more details about their expertise, because everybody in their fields that are in the public do have great input, and that will be great buy-in for the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tim, go ahead. Tim, go ahead. Okay, Tim, we're unable to hear you at this time. Okay, Dustin, do you, is there anyone who has public comment who's in attendance on site that has anything for items not on the agenda?
That's for items not on the agenda, Larry?
It's not on the agenda.
Okay. Then I would invite you to maybe come just a little bit closer to the microphone, and this would be Larry Andrews, Tony.
You can come here. Okay. My legal name's Edwin L. Andrews II. I go by Larry. I've been a long time resident of Spokane, Washington, all my life since 1958. I want to speak shortly here about what happened here today. I mean, I think you guys could do your executive meeting on Thursday. And so you're not holding all of us back here, okay? Thursday or Wednesday. But then on top of it, we don't have any support of the people here. The last time that meeting was here, every council person was here, and we packed the place with people that wanted to speak. And COVID's over, and I think it's kind of an insult not to see you all here. I mean, it's good to have a one-on-one contact with people, and I think it is important. We're human beings, and that's what I observed here today. But one of the first things I want to talk about is the fire that we had here. And we've been involved in some of it. I would ask that you make a moratorium for these people that are going to have to rebuild their homes to allow the code that their house was built to be rebuilt to that code due to the costs. Many of these people don't have the insurance because they insured to the original build. And now they don't have the insurance to build because the cost of building is 3 times as much as what it was when their house was built. And it's devastating to begin with. And they need a helping hand, and they're not getting it. Okay. I proposed in numerous articles that we need to get some C5As loaded with bladder tanks on them during the fire season, so you could dump 200,000 gallons on these fires when they start. If you don't get them in the first hour and a half, you might as well forget it. And that's what's happened. I mean, the firemen They're out there doing everything they can for these people. And it brings tears to your eyes to see what happened. Then secondly, I want to talk about the Tonga eruption that happened in the South Pacific that's caused the hot weather for last year, and it's causing hot weather this year, and it's supposedly causing hot weather for 2 more years. It put so much moisture in the stratosphere that it increased the moisture by 10% in the stratosphere. Moisture is a greenhouse gas. It is causing the heating of the whole earth. It would be like in one day, if we went from our 400 part per million CO, in one day it goes to 440. And that's what's really significant. That's things like that cause global warming. And then finally, the carbon chart. And I want to apologize to Dave the last time that I spoke. But it wasn't the natural gas that is the problem on the carbon chart. And I've notified this council over 2 years now, and it's still not right. I do appreciate you correcting the electric chart, but it's the propane that's wrong and the oil that's wrong. And your own engineer on staff agreed with my documents, but yet Shell doesn't allow it to get pushed through. Shell Anderson needs to do the job of getting this correct. And he's in charge of this committee. And it still isn't correct. And I don't know, do we have to take you to court to get the thing correct? I'm to the point of almost doing that. And I didn't want to have to take another lawsuit against you, but maybe that's what we have to do. And the figures are correct. Your own engineer on the staff said they're correct. And I don't know why it's not being done. And if they would have been done, I wouldn't have had the talk with Dave Allen over this the last time. So I would appreciate that you correct your charts so we're not putting out false information. And then natural gas is greatly needed in this state right now. And it's going to be needed for quite a while. And it only makes sense to burn it.
Larry, does this reference energy code items?
I didn't see any energy code items on the agenda.
Number 9, MVE committee reports, amendments to the 2021 residential and commercial WSEC.
I didn't know that was brought up in the energy code. I mean, most of us are out here. We're all sitting back.
Code related. Please bring it up during the appropriate agenda item. This is agenda item number 5, which is public comment for items not on the agenda.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone
else?
And what is your name?
Ann Anderson.
Ann Anderson with comments.
Okay, I want to talk about R values and U values. And I'm going to look at the speaker. Okay, my name is Ann Anderson, and I'm a structural engineer and owner of Green Mountain Structural Engineering in Vancouver, Washington. I'm also very involved in code development on the national level. And I would like to urge you to delay the adoption of the 2021 code, or better yet.
Ann, I'm sorry. Ann, this is public comment for items that are not on the agenda. That you're commenting on something that is on the agenda today. And so I ask you to please reserve your public comment until the appropriate agenda item.
Well, I don't think R values and U values are on the agenda. So let me jump to that. Green Mountain specializes in providing engineering for residential projects. Our clients are home builders that build all over this state. We've been given a glimpse of what is coming, and it's fraught with problems and unnecessary spending for negligible energy savings. It took the July 1st deadline this past summer for many of my builders to actually begin looking at the ramifications of the R values in both the attic and the walls. The R60 in the ceiling will require a 20-inch deep heel on a roof truss. With this high hill comes additional blocking that is very labor intensive, additional siding, sheathing, and lumber. Kingston Homes has stated that this will add $4,000 to a 2,000 square foot home. Also, I should point out that the commercial code doesn't require R60, but stays at R49. And the 2024 code, which is in its final draft, goes back to R49 as well. The continuous installation mandate will also add even more costs, and adding continuous installation has structural issues and possible moisture issues. Besides these concerns, this R value doesn't belong in our climate zone. The testing data shows that it will take over 100 years to recoup a cost increase of $5,000 for this small energy savings in climate zone 4. The builders are telling me the cost will be much more than this. I also want to point out that the R value increases and the U value decreases in the 2021 code cycle from what was in the 2018 code cycle should never have happened. I served on the IRCB Code Development Committee during this code cycle, and I also was on the ICC Appeals Board. The governmental consensus process was gamed by the energy lobby organization due to an overly broad definition of governmental voter. These groups ran a successful Get Out the Vote campaign to bring in more governmental voters, specifically targeting energy and climate departments. The R and U value proposals were voted down in both the code action hearings and in the public comment hearings. These are long, open hearings where the proposal's merits are debated by proponents and opponents and voted on. It was only in the third phase of the voting, which is the governmental online voting, that several of these proposals were overturned and are now in the code. This had never happened before. Proposals that had been twice voted down had never come back in the online vote. Since this occurred, the code development process has changed to prevent this. So if this had happened now, the R and U value changes would have never occurred. There are not a lot of states that have adopted the 2021 code yet, but I know that Pennsylvania and Maryland, which have similar 4 and 5 climate zones, are amending the R and U values to go back to the 2018 code. I think it's the responsibility of this organization to not put in place a code that will cause residents of the state to unnecessarily spend thousands of dollars that will not have any benefit to them or the environment. And lastly, I just want to share what's in the preface of the IECC. This code is founded on principles intended to establish provisions consistent with the scope of an energy conservation code that adequately conserves energy, provisions that do not unnecessarily increase construction costs, provisions that do not restrict the use of new materials, products, or methods of construction, and provisions that do not give preferential treatment to particular types or classes of materials, products, or methods of construction. I would urge you to follow the same principles in the adoption of the state's building code. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else, Dustin?
Is there anybody else who would wish to speak on items not on the agenda?
I'm not really sure if it's an agenda item or not. It's unclear to me. I'm just a resident here.
Okay,
so could you clarify to me?
Would you tell us what you would wish to speak on?
So I don't know, maybe relating to the delay of the implementation of the code.
If you're talking about the delay, we do have a specific agenda item for that, and we'll hold you for that. What is your name?
My name is Karen Skoog. I'm a resident of Health.
I'll make a note so we can just call you up at that agenda item when we're taking testimony.
The delay is agenda item 10.
Yes.
Okay, and I believe that is all it would be specifically for the propane. So the energy code, is that part of that agenda?
Energy code topics would be agenda item number 9 as well. So
it'd be 9.
Well, if you have those 2 topics, I would recommend make your energy code comments on item number 9.
Okay.
And then the delay comments, you'll do another organization.
Okay. So then I didn't see that. That would be a group of us here. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody else with anything not on the agenda? Seeing no hands, I would say it's safe to move on, Mr. Tony.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and move to agenda item number 6, which is local amendments, Grant County pre-proposal amendment, adoption of IRC appendix for fire sprinklers. Do we have the representative from Grant County who would like to introduce that? It's my understanding that no council action on this, just kind of more of a heads up, informational.
So here is the Grant County Amendment form. And when we mentioned earlier, I do have a findings of fact here, so it could be a final determination on this amendment for Grant County.
Sorry, Dustin, can you say that part again? Is this expected to have council action?
It is expected. I'll let you go.
So this is not the final, this is not the adopted local ordinance. This is a pre-approval, pre-check. If the council is okay with the language, they will move it through their local ordinance. This is based on the information we got from the local jurisdiction. The council is not approving here, the council is not approving the local amendment. This is pre-approval, they're submitting the language because their local ordinance is not approved yet.
So would it be pre-approval by way of a vote? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Understood. Okay.
So we're looking for Chris Young or Christopher Young in the audience here.
I'm not
I don't online
on the Zoom, so I'm not sure that there is a hand up. M. Henning. Oh, now it's down.
So I guess there's nobody to support that local ordinance at the moment.
We have another hand up.
M. Henning.
Yes, this is Maureen Henning with the Grant County Development Services. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, this is our proposal for pre-approval on the change to the language for an amendment. Chris was unable to be here, so myself, Jerry Bissett, and Nathan Poplowski are here if there's question.
Okay. Do you want to walk us through this and what you're proposing?
I believe it's pretty much self-explanatory. We're looking to make an amendment to adopt the appendix and be able to require residential sprinkler systems under certain circumstances.
If I can provide a little bit more clarity on this. So there is a section number in the residential code R102.5 with 2 exceptions. And one of the exceptions specifies that a few appendices, including Appendix V of this chapter, may be adopted by any local government upon notification of the council. And to the best of my understanding, what they're doing is they're making it specific to provisions, specific cases. So it looks like the local jurisdiction is making it less restrictive than how it is.
Okay. What is the hospitality commercial establishment transient residence per Unified Development Code? On number 1, AB 107.1, number 1.
It says it's a hospitality commercial establishment with transits for Unified Development Code, which I'm not familiar with.
That's what I'm wondering. Is this a local ordinance through Grant County?
Yeah, Tony, this is Jerry Bissett. That is the language in our Unified Development Code for Grant County. So we use that. Essentially, those are a short-term rentals like Airbnbs, VRBOs, those kind of things. But we use that language because it matches our UDC.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification. Micah, go ahead.
Thanks. My understanding is we are required to take action on this based on RCW 1927-060-1A. that says if they're modifying something that affects single family or multifamily, that we are required to approve that. They are not straight adopting the appendix, they are modifying it. So we would have to approve this. I do have some concerns with the language. It seems rather subjective in a few areas. When you mention in item 2, you're talking about the county fire district firefighting capabilities. What are those? What are the triggers for those? And who makes that determination? Usually there's something in here that indicates whether that's a fire code official, the building code official, or if that's a land use official based on your hospitality commercial establishment unified development code. Sorry, a lot to get out there. And then another question will be on item 3, the residential dwelling is determined to be non-accessible. The 10% is fairly standard across the board. Appendix D of the fire code does include 10%. However, there is an exception in the fire code that allows for the fire code official to approve something other than 10%, in other words, greater than 10%, if it's necessary. So I would encourage that you add that to your language where your fire code official could possibly go greater than something than 10%. That would match an appendix in the fire code. And then I guess if the determinant is the slope, or is there other determinations for determining something to be non-accessible? Or is it just the slope? That's kind of a question there. And then again, remote location, that's fairly subjective language. What does that mean? How is that identified? And who outlays that criteria? Is that outlaid in your unified development code somewhere? Thanks. Lots of questions, I know.
It's Nathan, the fire marshal. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so number 2, the fire flow 1142, as you guys know, determines the amount of gallons and stuff required. Grant County has 12 or 14 different fire districts with different capabilities. So that's district based on their responses to what they can provide. So if a district has a significant deficiency in providing water, then that, fire flow sprinklers would be a bigger deal. We do have one district that can basically bring Moses Lake to a fire. And so a structure has to be ridiculously huge in order to even get close to that. And so far haven't really seen one. So it's district specific. As far as the question number 3 there, or number 3, exceeding the grade 10%, definitely agree. Remote location, again, we're a very rural county, and we do have some places that end up a mile or more down a 2-track ash, dirt, mud, and rock road. So it is fairly subjective, and we probably could tighten that up a little bit.
Thanks for those answers. Out of curiosity, do you have standards set out for an applicant to know when these sprinklers are required? In other words, have you identified those districts that cannot meet the capabilities of a certain standard? Therefore, the applicant won't be surprised by something after the fact.
Yes, we do have a fire flow worksheet for anything that exceeds 3,600 square feet. It goes through that review and process. They don't see it unless there is a deficiency. It's mostly internal. If the district meets it and it's good to go, then a note gets made on their application that there's no further mitigation required. If it doesn't, then they get notified of options that they can do to mitigate that.
But there is no standard for identifying the level of firefighting capabilities? Just right. The fire flow?
That's part of that process. The fire flow evaluation incorporates each district's capability.
Okay. So in this instance, this may sound harsh, but it sure sounds like the applicant is being penalized for the district's lack of capabilities. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say they're being penalized. I'd say they're being provided proper safety based on the district's ability or inability to respond.
Would sprinklers be the only method to meet that mitigation? Nope, that's the indication here by adopting this code change.
So there's several options on that as far as number 2 go that include things out of WUI code. We stole some stuff from Chelan County that they do on theirs. There's a number of options, including construction features and things like that that can mitigate that risk. Sprinklers are not the only option. It's a option.
It's also mentioned in the findings and facts that one option is to provide water tanks to provide this fire flow, and that a system like this of being able to use a 2904 system would be much more cost efficient than having to set up a tank if the county's capabilities are low. The district's capabilities.
Okay. Would you all be willing to revise your code change proposal to indicate those options in some way? As the code is written currently, and what you're showing us is that sprinklers are the only choice. It says they shall be when one of the following applies. But now you're indicating there's other options. Could you put that in verbiage as part of either the charging language of this appendix or in some part of this code section that you want us to approve a modification for?
I mean, it would be very verbose. I think if it cannot meet the fire flow requirements and the district's capabilities is a succinct way of putting that, but we can run it by Chris and see what he says.
That'd be great. I'm not opposed to what you're doing here necessarily, but I would like to see some changes to mitigate some of the subjective language and indicate that there are other options besides just the sprinkler system as written today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret.
Carol, go ahead.
Oh, did you call me?
Yes.
Okay. I like Mike's line of questions, adding good questions. I guess from the perspective of the context here, a county could adopt this without even consulting us, right? And adopt and require fire sprinklers for all buildings because it's already a pre-approved Appendix V. So limiting the requirements for that seems like it's better than requiring it for everybody. At least it's limiting it to a smaller number of people. I just thought that was a piece of context. I think getting code language to be great is important, but this is a limited proposal, and I think that's helpful.
Jay, go ahead.
From a process standpoint, what do we need to do here? Is it possible to say that we are pre-approving this with the feedback that Mike has given on having some more specificity?
A vote is not really necessary. If we have a vote, great. If we don't, the county will take into consideration the recommendations and they'll come back with their formal request after they adopt the local ordinance.
Micah, go ahead.
So a couple of things for me. I guess with my line of questioning, I'm not necessarily convinced with the language or their reasoning that they're providing adequate information for us to lower the standards. I agree with Chael. They could adopt the appendix without approval from SBCC, but it would require sprinklers in all single family and townhouses without any lessening of the requirements or, oh, if you meet this, but if you exceed those, you don't have to put them. In other words, it's a burden on somebody that doesn't meet something, which is not equitable. And so I don't think they've met the threshold for me to say, hey, let's approve a lesser standard than what was adopted or should be adopted by this appendix currently. In addition to that, I'm not sure that it always happens to, and I'm not sure I agree with you on whether or not we have to approve this and vote on it. It explicitly states in RCW 1927-060 that the SBCC shall approve amendments to single family proposed by the jurisdiction like Grant County. I think we need to vote on this at some point.
Not there yet, so you may agree or disagree with me, but this is not a local ordinance that you're voting on. This is just a pre-approval request. They're asking, can we do that? And I said, yes, vote will be great because the folks will know, okay, the language is approved, so now we can go to our local process and adopt it with the local ordinance. This is a request for pre-approval. This is not a request to approve the local ordinance.
Okay, thanks. I'm reading the letter differently. The first sentence says, we would like to adopt an amended version of this. That's the letter. So an amendment to the code for single family requires a vote. I'll stop talking. Thanks.
Don't have the signed local ordinance. So what is happening is if the council consider this a formal request and approve it, it may change in the local ordinance. This is why we want the signed local ordinance, approved local ordinance, so the council will be approving the approved language on local level. We don't have this approval yet. At least we don't have it. The council staff doesn't have it.
So on number 3, it says all local government residential amendments to the building code that require council approval shall be submitted in writing to council by the authorized local code or elected official prior to implementation and enforcement. Wouldn't the local jurisdiction approving it by some way be adopting it prior to bringing it to us? To me, it seems like we would have to do this pre-approval, if you will, prior to them trying to implement it at the local level. So once they brought back the signed ordinance, it's codified at that point after the code writers publish it, which usually takes about 30 days at the local level. So,
Chair, this is Todd. I read this as a courtesy, like we did with the county on the lumber ordinance. You remember that?
Yeah.
And so they're seeking guidance. They have confidence in the ordinance.
It's a standard procedure that we've done this many times in the past.
Okay. All right. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have one question about when you designate remote locations. To me, the first thing that comes to mind is that they're probably getting their water from a domestic well. And then do you have a mechanism to determine whether or not that domestic well has sufficient capacity to support a sprinkler system?
We do. That's through our local health district. They handle all water and sewer provisions.
And Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Given what we're hearing, I think Grant County here is looking for feedback. I think they've gotten some feedback on some ways that this could be tightened. I think we will have a further discussion once they have an adopted ordinance on this. But from my standpoint, I tend more to where Chell was coming from in saying that this provides more safety for a select number of homes versus not requiring sprinklers at all. And so I disagree with the point of view where Mike is coming from, but I don't think either of that discussion prevents us from going forward and saying, given resolution of some of the issues that have been brought up during this discussion, that the county can't adopt their ordinance and bring it back to us. Thank you.
If I could say something, this is Jerry Bissett again. Jay is right. We would prefer not to adopt the original appendix as it is. We prefer to adopt the appendix with our amendments. We'd rather not place the burden of sprinkler systems on every home in the county, just when they fall outside or have a limitation to these three items here. The one risk in item number one is that when you are doing short-term rentals, somebody who's in there, similar to renting a hotel room, you're not familiar with the building, so getting out is something a little more precarious than if you're living in the home every day. Item number two puts a limitation on fire district capabilities plus the size of the building. And number three is we have quite a few remote locations where it's difficult to get to depending on weather. And as Nathan has mentioned, the grade of 10% or more. So we prefer to just adopt the appendix as amended, but would like to clarify, are you asking us to adopt the appendix and then amend it? Because we'd prefer not to adopt the entire appendix.
We are a large council with many voices.
Yes.
The way I read the ordinance is they're coming for pre-approval, and that would ideally, if we want to see changes, we would see those changes before we pre-approve it, because otherwise they adopt an ordinance and then we say, oh no, you couldn't do that, you need to change it. And that seems like a really lousy way to get rules done in the state. So I would say, yeah, don't adopt the whole thing and then limit it. But further, we should see language in there that we like before we pre-approve it. We should vote on that based on what I saw in the RCW. And then you can adopt the ordinance, and then we can review the ordinance. That seemed like the path that I saw in the RCW for this. Does that make sense? I think we should have the language in front of us to pre-approve it so that a slightly incorrect ordinance isn't adopted.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in for a second here because I've been tracking this conversation and I feel like I'm a step behind and I want to make sure I understand this. So forgive me. Is that okay, Tony, if I ask a quick question?
Please do.
I'm a little confused by the term pre-approval in this context. I think it's Dustin keeps putting up this WAC, which I think is controlling what we're doing right here, which is a petition or request for preliminary review. Pre-approval is actually governed by another WAC in 5104, and that's 5104-037. But that's, as I understand it, different than what the council is being asked to do here. That has to do with pre-approval of a local government residential amendment that has been, that can be appropriate for adoption by other local governments. So in other words, you approve something and then other governments can adopt that one. That's what I see as pre-approval in the WAC. It's possible I'm missing something, but I'm just might be confused because we're using terms that maybe we're not all on the same page about what's being asked for. And if I have screwed this all up, Tony, my apologies.
Micah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was processing what Derek just said. I don't see an issue with providing some amendments and trying to capture something that works for that jurisdiction. I'm not sure this language is overall effective. I do have some, I see that they're tying their 3,600 square feet with the size that they do fire flow testing for. I'm just not sure that the language is all encompassing. I think it is very subjective, and maybe there needs to be some clarification on who makes those determinations and how. But again, I'm not opposed to allowing amendments to this at all. I just don't think this one is quite correct yet, and I would hate to see them go through their ordinance process, get this in their ordinance as language, and then we go, hey, that's not right, you need to come back and change it later, then they have to go modify their ordinance. I'd rather see that corrected first, and have the SBCC vote on it, and then they're done. They don't need to come back and see us. They can move forward with their ordinance and have that language in there. So if we need a motion, I'll be happy to do that if that's the next step.
Okay. Damon, go ahead, and then we'll seek a motion.
Okay, just real quick. Yeah, I'm going to agree with Micah. I'm not in favor of this as proposed. It's not going to just affect Grant County. If we approve this, it affects all the other 31 counties in the state. In WAC 04030, it gives the 4 conditions for considering local government residential amendments. And I don't see where any of the 5 listed items under 030 are met here. And then to the first point, where the dwellings that are proposed to be used as a hospitality commercial establishment, if I were to be submitting for a permit, knowing that I was probably going to Airbnb the thing, I guess I wouldn't call it an Airbnb upon submittal. I would call it a rental and then simply switch it over. So I speak against this as proposed.
Okay. Micah, would you like to?
Sure. I encourage Grant County to come back with modified language. I would be happy to assist in some of that if they would like to email me, and maybe we can build this into a better proposal. But at the time, I'm going to make a motion for disapproval as proposed.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Sorry, Craig, your mic wasn't coming through.
Second.
Okay, second. Very good. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Dang it. I need public comment on this first. Sorry. Before we close this out, my apologies. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? I see no hands raised. Is there any in person, Dustin?
No, sir, there.
Okay, very well. That'll conclude the public comment portion. Any further discussion from council members on the motion that's on the table to disapprove as presented? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any against? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Test.
That works. We heard you, Craig.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we'll move to agenda item number 7, which is off-cycle rule related to energy storage systems, 2021 IFC Chapter 12. And this one we will be seeking council action by way of final adoption via the CR 103 vote. And I don't know if Dustin or Stoyan, when you want to open this up.
Let me just make sure I'm on the right spot.
So we submitted the initial proposal, we had a comment period, we had the public hearings, and we actually the proponent, Ken Burlett, he found something that he didn't propose. It was a copy-paste mistake. So we will delete this when we are filing the CR 103. We got comments in support. We didn't get any comments in opposition, and Dustin is showing the language that got there by mistake.
Okay, very good. Ken Burlett does have his hand raised in the attendee list. If we can allow him to turn his microphone on. Mr. Burlett, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ken Burlett, Seattle Fire Department. Thank you, Stoyan, for noticing what I brought up at the public comment. But I did just find where it shows the deletion, the 3.5, and then the exceptions. That actually needs to be put back in. It was a typographical error. It goes back in under 1207.5.5. If you'll scroll up there, you'll see that it shows a 3.4, and then this is the 3.5.
Did you restate that section? It's 1207.
1207.5.5, right there. Oh, you just went past it. 1207.5.5.
For 3.5 or 3.4.
Yeah, so what happened is somehow that got transposed to the end of the document. It needs to go back in to show the 3.5. It needs to also show the exception number, the exception 2 and 3 that were added, because the exception one was from the base code. Hopefully you're tracking that. You understand?
Yeah, I'm trying to modify it as we speak, and I will show it on the screen. Just give me.
Okay. And I'm sorry that this is a last minute change. I was just going over it again and just found this morning.
It doesn't make mistakes, and I was surprised he did, but actually he didn't. So we got it right.
Yeah. Well, no, it wasn't right in the document went out for public hearing. It was right during the BFP committee. And then somehow it just got transposed to the end of the document instead of left in place.
Yeah, I can. Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay, here is the way you want to say it.
So if you want to show, if that's fine. It shows all 3 in there. Just knowing that number 2 and number 3 is specific, meaning that the 2 and 3 are the ones that are added, and the S after the exceptions is added because the base code language only had exception 1. So technically this state's only adding 2 and 3.
Sorry to cut you off. Here we're showing the changes that will appear in the WAC. So
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, we're good then.
Thank you.
For the council members, do you want me to scroll and see the entire document?
Go ahead, Stein.
Yes, I assume you can hear me?
Oh, Casey, go ahead.
Yes. So my name is Casey Grant, and I'm with ESRG Energy Safety Response Group. I do have an overarching comment that I'd like to make to you all. I know there is focus on these, what is before you. I do want to urge going forward the adoption of the 2021 edition of the IFC on this topic area sooner rather than later. There are significant changes between the 2021 edition and the 2018 edition. Most notably, the requirements for full-scale testing of the units in accordance with UL 9540A, above and beyond UL 9540. And that's a significant difference, as well as the requirements that are in the 2021 edition for outdoor non-occupiable cabinets that are typically found for grid scale installations. And I'm sorry I didn't mention, my background is fire protection engineering. I am retired from NFPA after 3.5 decades, and I am representing some of the groups that are looking to provide these installations within this jurisdiction.
Thank you, Casey. Okay, if there's anything that council would like to discuss as this gets, as Stoyan scrolls through this, then go ahead and speak up.
And the document was posted on the website, so maybe if you may give.
Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could ask for a comment or ask a question of Dirk, is given that this is an off-cycle rule and where we are in the CR 103, can I get an understanding of when this would be adopted if we approve that today?
Yeah, really good question. The effective date issue is one that has surfaced in the context of other proposed rules that the council has been or will be considering. And I know that the council members are aware of the fact that, generally speaking, the statutes which govern the adoption of amendments to the building codes, which this is an amendment to the building code, IFC is one of the state building codes, statewide codes, that there are statutes which provide that decisions to adopt or amend the codes cannot be effective until the conclusion of a legislative session, and that they have to be made before December 1st. That's what 1927-074 provides. There is a history of this council adopting off-cycle rules that have been made effective prior to the conclusion of a following legislative session, and that practice, which is reflected in part in the WACs, in WAC 51-04. It doesn't speak to it precisely, but it appears to be part of the kind of the background understanding of some of the WACs. That practice has not been, to my knowledge, challenged in court. Accordingly, there's not clear answers that I can provide to you as to what a judge would be likely to do in the event that a lawsuit were brought, for example, challenging an effective date of these rules, that an effective date is prior to the end of the next legislative session. So those are the rules of the road as far as what the statutes provide. And that would be something that I think council members will want to take into consideration as you craft a motion that anticipates or that directs staff rather to file a CR 103P for permanent rulemaking and potentially addresses the issue of when that 103P would go into effect. One other thing I wanted to note, Roger, and just for everybody's benefit, since I have the floor briefly, the actual amendment to the code might be complicated a bit given the fact that it's currently delayed. It's not something that can't be done, but there might be some tricks that we would need to work with. I shouldn't say tricks, but special practices that we would need to take into account in working with the code revisor's office. Some preferences they would have about how to go about doing it that might impact the effective date. So one thing I would throw out for council members to consider is, if you are inclined to vote to support these rules, that you direct staff to work with the code revisor's office in identifying the best way to provide for the amendment of the code given the current delay.
I'm just going to throw this out there. with the off-cycle rule agenda items. And I don't know if it's too late for this or not, but be better suited to be tabled until after agenda item number 10 because of that.
Because of the issue of working with the code revisor's office.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess if you ask a lawyer that question, they'll always say it's better to get some clarity, right, regarding items. I mean, I do think a carefully crafted motion that directs staff to work with the code revisor's office potentially could handle that issue, but that would be up to you all.
Okay. Micah, go ahead.
So I'll come in with a question I'm not quite sure on with this. And the one, actually item 8 as well. These were both, or at least this one, let's ignore item 8. Agenda item 7 was an emergency rule. Then we moved to an off-cycle rule since we couldn't extend, or we could extend the emergency rule, but it would have to go into permanent rulemaking. How would that work if these have to sit through the legislative body and the emergency rules would expire without these being in effect? I mean, I know maybe you don't have to have a way to answer that, but that seems like there's a disconnect here with these rules that originated as an emergency rule and then have to go into permanent rulemaking based on the RCW requirements, but then they have to sit through a legislative cycle, which may be a year out, and thus the emergency rules would expire and we wouldn't have anything. Can you provide some clarity there? And maybe I just muddy the water even worse.
Good question. Actually, and I'm going to ask a question just for my sake. Is there currently an emergency rule in place that deals with this specific issue? The one that is
there is an emergency rule for 2018, the code that is currently effective. There is not any emergency rule for 2021, and this language it was intended to be effective on October 29. So now we have an emergency rule. Well, I know Micah is laughing, and I've been complaining about this emergency and all.
Micah's laughing because this is complicated. That's
exactly why I'm laughing. I'm not laughing. This is complicated, so I'll get out now. Wow. Okay.
That was a compliment, Micah. It wasn't criticism. So, okay, emergency rule for 2018, and we need to refile it because the code got delayed, and it may or may not, I don't know. But the emergency rule for 2018, this is an off-cycle rule that will be effective with the effective date of the building code. So currently October 29. That was the intent.
Yeah, to frame it up, that the plan was to have this go into effect at the time that the adopted code for the current cycle becomes effective. I get that. Okay, but I want to quickly answer your question regarding emergency rules. Emergency rules are good for 120 days under our Administrative Procedure Act, up to 120 days. Those can be extended. I sometimes characterize it as a tandem filing, right, of an emergency rule, if rulemaking for a permanent rule is in process. So this is complicated a little bit because, the question would be when that rulemaking is in process and the rest. I would say, though, that the APA does anticipate a need to basically extend the time of an emergency rule when permanent rulemaking is going on. So that's if there's a gap that can be filled, I think through emergency rulemaking.
How many times we can extend the emergency rule? Once, twice, or it's not?
There's not this isn't like other jurisdictions. There's not a limit on the number of extensions.
Before we
there is, I should say, there is a limit on how much time you can do to do rulemaking, and that would be the limit that you would be able to do for
proceeding. Okay. Ken, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I think there's some confusion. The emergency rule that's been approved and extended for the 2018 code is not this entire proposal that you see here. It's only a reference to NFPA 855. the 2023 edition. So this is not a current emergency rule, what you're seeing. We were told if to get it extended that we'd have to go to the rules making process, which we are doing right now. So I think there's some big confusion there. So all of the language that you're seeing right now is not part of an emergency rule that's already been approved or that's in effect. If this proposal is going to be affected by whatever's going to happen later on the agenda, then I would hope that the council would be considering amending or creating a new emergency rule for the 2018 code, which would include all of this language in, so it would be effective immediately and not have to wait till after the implementation of the 2021 codes or going through another legislative session. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Ken. Micah, did you have something further?
I did, but I think Chael had his hand up in front of me. Did you not, Chael?
Okay. Chael, go ahead.
Sure. So what we see in front of us is not generally what was part of the emergency rule for 2018, or is it?
No, it is not.
It's not. Okay. So the CR 101, 102, and this 103 are about the 2021 code.
Correct.
So what I think would need to happen, or I'm guessing, so do we need a permanent rulemaking for the 2018 code since we don't have a determined time for the continuation, or we just do emergency rules until?
I think it would be emergency rule until the 21 is how that's the temperature I'm getting from Dirt and Stoyan.
But we couldn't continue to do emergency rules unless we're engaging in permanent rulemaking, right?
So we are engaged in permanent rulemaking, and one of the things that Dirk was saying is that we can extend emergency rules essentially unlimited until our permanent rulemaking process expires. Our current CR 102 on this permanent process expires January 29th next year.
Okay, and maybe I got it now. So we have a separate potential for a CR 103 for the permanent rulemaking for 2018 codes. And that's not what we're considering right now.
The 2018 codes need to have the extension of the emergency rule because of an emergency rule filed before adoption of all the other stuff. And so we're extending that requirement until the 2021 codes become effective. But if our effective date is going to be potentially July 1, 2024, there's a conundrum based on where our CR 102 expires if this emergency rule needs to be extended further.
Yeah, so we need a permanent rule for the 2018 codes if we were going to delay this. But the item in front of us is only the 2021 code permanent rulemaking, correct?
Yeah, but as long as we're engaged in permanent rulemaking, which would be in place until the 2021 was implemented, then we can continue to extend the emergency rule and don't need to go into permanent rulemaking for the 18. Is that correct, Eric?
We don't.
You can't go into permanent rulemaking for the 18 because the 18 is gone. The only permanent rulemaking you can do now is to make amendments to the 2021 code.
And what Dustin was trying to say is we have 180 days between the CR 102 and the filing of the CR 103. That's the APA requirement.
Yeah, so unfortunately, this is like an expert course in APA stuff because this is complicated, and I'm going to do my best to provide guidance here. So there's a couple of options, it seems to me. You could readopt the emergency code that's already in place, and you can do that because there is rulemaking going on. You're not limited on the ability to do that. You could file a new CR 103E emergency rule that says what this one says. Right? It's substantively different than the current emergency rule. That's another option. Both of these are options to bridge the policy until your effective date is for the permanent rule, whenever that effective date is.
I am going to make a motion to adopt this into the CR 103 permanent rulemaking for the 2021 code cycle, with the caveats that Dirk mentioned about the staff working with the code revisor's office on timing of said adoption, such that the adoption coincides with when the 21 codes are in force. So that's my motion. And as part of that, I'm going to say, I think if we adopt this, we can then adopt another motion for an emergency rule for the 2018 codes. But I think let's take care of this piece right now.
I'll second both the motion and the intent for the second motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we get into discussion on this as council, I need to open this up to public comment. So at this time, if anyone on Zoom has any public comment, please raise your hand. Okay, and this is related to agenda item 7, so the off-cycle rule related to energy storage systems. Kate, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Kate Bruns, and I'm the Washington Policy Manager with Renewable Northwest, a regional nonprofit renewable energy advocacy organization. Our members are a combination of renewable energy businesses, including battery energy storage system developers and environmental and consumer groups. Renewable Northwest would like to express support and urge your adoption of these amendments to the 2021 IFC as soon as possible. The Clean Energy Transformation Act has set Washington on a path to 100% clean electricity, and the Climate Commitment Act has created a cap and invest system to drive emissions out of other sectors of Washington's economy. As a result, the CCA will likely drive more energy users to the grid as a source of clean, reliable energy. Battery storage systems are fundamentally necessary to our clean energy transition, as they allow us to store and release clean power at the time it is needed most. Because of this, battery projects across the state have been set in motion and are in various stages of development. But at Renewable Northwest, we've been hearing increasing concern from local Washington jurisdictions that they need guidance on appropriate safety protocols and considerations for these storage systems. Without a statewide code, these jurisdictions are stuck reinventing the wheel, slowing the development of battery storage systems and hampering the state's progress towards a clean electric grid. So we encourage the council to not delay implementation of IFC 2021, if that is possible based on your discussion for the last bit that I didn't totally follow, but instead move immediately to adopt and implement this important guidance to support local governments across the state. We really believe this code will ensure safe development of battery storage statewide and will ensure Washington can effectively transition to clean electricity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Anyone else on the Zoom that has public comment related to this item? Okay, Dustin, anyone in person that would like to provide public testimony on this?
I have David Coca.
Yeah, my name is Dave Cocott. I'm the fire protection engineer of the Spokane Fire Department, but today I'm representing the Washington State Association of Fire Marshals. This particular code is very specific concern for us. We would like to see it move forward as soon as possible. If it could be made an emergency rule made immediately that could be adopted to the 2021 once it's adopted, that's the position we would like to take. We'd like council to do what they can to get this put in place as soon as possible to assist our enforcement capabilities.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else, Dustin?
I got Larry Andrews has a question.
I heard 2023. Is this a 2021 code or is this a 2023 code?
This is 2021 code.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else, Dustin?
No, sir.
Okay. That concludes public comment for this item. With that, we'll open up the discussion with council members for the motion that's on the table. Micah, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm going to support the motion for sure. I know this is important and vital. I will have some questions before we wrap up this agenda item, though, based on the 2018 emergency rule and expiration date. So if by the time we have this vote, if staff could let us know or be prepared to let us know when the 2018 emergency rule addressing this issue expires, that way we'll have some understanding of maybe another motion that needs to take place after this vote. Thanks.
Then we'll tell you the dates now, and typically for the emergency rule, readoption of the emergency rule, we don't ask the council to vote, we're just refiling it, but a vote also will help.
So our current emergency rule that we have for the 2018 code expires October 29th. When we filed it, we kind of timed it for that expiration. If we file another one after that to extend, its expiration will be February 26th of 24. And like I mentioned earlier, our CR 102 that we're working for the 21 version of this expires January 29th. If we're trying to align the effectiveness of the 2018 emergency rule and the switch over to the 2021, as you see on the screen here today, depending on when if we delay and when that date might be agreed upon, I would anticipate another one might be required for June 24th. So we're looking at 2 more emergency rule filings to extend, and then something needs to be done on the 2021 by January 29th. And I would ask Dirk, if for whatever reason we can't get the 2021 finalized by January 29th, is there a way to re-enter the CR 102, or do we have to re-embark on a normal rulemaking process for that?
Well, so wait, time out. For just to be clear, you said January is when the CR 102, and just for everyone's benefit, there's a certain amount of time that you have to take action on a CR 102 under the Administrative Procedure Act, or it goes away. So you would have to file a new CR 102 if you don't act by that January 6th date. But filing the CR 103P is taking action on it. So unless you're planning on holding off filing 103P until sometime after the new year, I don't think that that's going to be a consideration for you. One other thing I wanted to say real quick, like if you put in place a new emergency rule, it doesn't have to go into effect right away. You could make it effective October 30th, for example, so that it would piggyback off of the expiration date of the current one.
Okay, thank you. Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually would like to speak to the motion since I was a second. My understanding and the intent of seconding this motion is that we are approving this document to be part of the 2021 code. Currently, that adoption would be October 29th. Now, if that gets extended later in the meeting, the extension of the codes would include this. So I believe that this covers the 2021 code. If we end up extending the code later on in this meeting, then we could do another emergency rule to either extend the current 2018 change, or let that one expire and file a new emergency rule to adopt this as of October 30th. And Dirk is shaking his head.
No, that totally makes sense to me. The one thing I want to be careful about is the terms we're using. So there's an adoption on the one hand and an effective date on the other. And so there's no reason that we would need to adopt the CR 103P after October 29th. It could be adopted before that.
So I think what I would like to do is to take action on the vote that we've talked about, that we'll get this language in the 2021 code whenever it is adopted. And then we can have a second motion to extend the emergency rule to keep the language in place until the 2021 code is adopted. That's my hope. So
I think that's kind of the original intent, right, Joe? We don't need a modification to your motion. Okay, I think we're good there. Thank you. Okay, Todd, go ahead.
I'd just like to briefly say, for those of us that have been through this, followed this through the TAG and the BFP, we do understand it, and despite all the complexity of the process, the content is soft. Please support.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate it. Any further discussion from council? Okay, with that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move to agenda item number 8, off-cycle rule related to the adoption of R4 occupancy group 2021 IBC. Micah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I still had a question on the previous one. Is there an opportunity at the next meeting to extend the 2018 emergency rule based on the expiration date?
The next meeting is on October 20th, so that is prior to the expiration date.
Okay, that's helpful. Just because if you vest in a project right now and the emergency rule expires and you come in after that expiration date, then that emergency rule wouldn't apply to those systems for 2018. So that's my question. So if we're able to extend it, that'd be good at the next meeting. So I will look to that at the next meeting and maybe we can put that on the agenda for then. Thank you. We'll move on to the next topic. Thanks.
Thank you, Micah. Chell, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, and I was gonna say I'd rather give certainty, and if we would do an emergency rule today, they could extend it from. Well, I don't know. Okay, yeah, I won't do anything.
Actually, Chell, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt an emergency rule effective October 30th for the 2018 code to include the document as we see it here.
Can I clarify something here? This document is based on, well, the previous one is based on the language that is in 2021. And Ken is here, he will correct me if I'm wrong, but it incorporates changes that are coming from 2024. In 2018, I don't know if we can do that.
Yeah, it might be better if you don't mind me jumping in, it might be better, Roger, to kind of see how things sort through as this meeting goes on to determine where we're going to be at.
Okay, I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay.
Roger, this is Todd. Were you proposing to move into emergency rulemaking during the 2021?
No.
Okay.
We have a 2018 code emergency rule that expires October 29th. I want us to make sure that that emergency rule extends so that there isn't the gap that Micah suggested. And I'm fine waiting to see what happens with agenda item number 11 and know that we either need to address this today or in the October meeting.
Okay, we had the reverse lights on there for a minute. So are we good with going to agenda item number 8, or is there anything further for 7? Okay, all right, let's move to 8. Off-cycle rule related to the adoption of R4 occupancy group. Go ahead, Destin.
Stoyan's going to present on this one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Stoyan.
The same thing. We had the technical advisory group meetings. We had the comment period. We received testimony. The testimonies were in support of the proposal. There wasn't anything in opposition. We made some changes to the initially proposed document, but these are editorial modifications not related to the R4 adoption. And you have the document here on the screen. If you have specific questions to specific sections, let me know and I'll get there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any council members that have any items they would like to discuss with us now? If we don't, then I'll open it up for public comment and get that going. Katie, go ahead.
Is this going to run into the same issue? Okay, just
so anything that we do, any motion that we do would sort of be for right now, and then depending on how things roll out in the later agenda items, we can readdress them as they come.
Yes.
The only is we don't have an emergency for this report.
Oh, right, okay.
It's an off-cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, mine is just something I noticed, kind of a technical nature here as it relates to another part of the code, WAC 5154A00 0202. And that's in the fire code where it says that R4 classification isn't adopted, and that should probably be changed to correspond with any action we take here.
I'll clarify that. So this is the language in the International Building Code. In International Fire Code, based on this adoption, we will make the changes with the expedite rule for consistency with the building code.
Okay.
So it's taken care of. It's just not, and it's the CR 105, the expedite rule is already filed. So it's been taken care of.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment at this time. Ron Wright, go ahead. You have your hand raised.
Sorry, I couldn't find my mute. I just in the review of the last agenda item, I would ask the council to use the same methodology whereby the 103 is passed or enacted permanently, and then ask the staff to make every possible method to ensure that it goes through in case the actual adoption of the 21 code doesn't occur on October 29th. Because it's the same exact issue, except that we don't have an emergency code to follow it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate it. Anyone else on Zoom that has public comment related to this agenda item? Okay, Dustin, anyone in person that would like to provide public comment?
Yes, we've got Dave Coca.
Okay.
Again, Dave Coca, Spokane Fire Department, representing fire marshals. We are involved in the tag, but there was a joint IBC and IFC tag. We both 100% support this. It's going to be good to get the R4 occupancy back in the code and recommend the council move this forward.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else, Dustin?
No, sir.
Okay, very well. Okay, back to council. There's no comments. Looking for a motion. Go ahead, Shell.
Make a motion to move this, what we see, into a CR 103 process with the direction to staff to work with the code revisor's office on the implementation date, since it is not, it may change.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll open it up for discussion. Phil? Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion on the table to adopt the R4 occupancy group into CR 103 with direction for staff to work with the code revisor's office to work on the appropriate implementation date. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any against? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, before moving to agenda item number 9, I'd like to take a 10-minute recess. And then when we come back, we'll finish up our agenda. Quickly, before we take a 10-minute recess, just a reminder for everyone, the State Building Code Council, with the room that they have occupied today, They have a hard stop at 5 o'clock, and I have a hard stop at 4 o'clock. And so just kind of a heads up for everyone with what we have left on the agenda and the time remaining. Thank you. We'll come back at 1:57.
Our stop is 4:45 because we need to empty the room by 5 o'clock.
Okay, 4:45.
Did we just say he's happened at 4?
Okay, call this meeting back to order, and we will move to agenda item number 9, MVE committee reports, amendments to the 2021 Energy Code Residential, Commercial, Interpretation Requests, and ERI report. And Chell, would you like to go ahead and lead us off?
Sure. Thanks, Tony. So basically, the last time this council met, there was a motion to convene the tags to get together and solicit proposals and vet those proposals, get them ready, and bring them back or send them up to the council. The council consider risks under EPCA as interpreted by the CRA versus Berkeley ruling. And the motion was not exactly what I just said now, but that was the motion. So that I wanted to quickly go through the overall process and then get into some of the details. So in short, the staff asked the public for proposals. The tags got together, met 4 or 5 times, depending upon how you count it. And then we held an MVE committee meeting last week to further review the proposals and take public comments. And now we're here with both residential and commercial proposals. So good news is success. We have proposals in front of us that we asked for. My hope is that we move all or most of this forward into the CR 102 public process today. I think we're 95% of the way there. And I think we want public comments on these. So a bit more detail on that. That's the overall process. A lot of things happened. We met for over 20 hours in total. The commercial energy and residential energy code tags are separate. The council set them to be separate tags, so we had to meet separately on those things. We did start with a joint 2-hour EPCA session with both tags. So it was like 40 some tag members, and we had Derek's the AG's office, and we spent 2 hours just talking about what EPCA means. We're able to ask questions, and this is in a public meeting. Tag members are able to ask what it means and go through the 7 exceptions for building codes and other things and get lots of questions answered. And then we broke out into a residential energy code tag, met for several hours, and then the commercial, and both of them met again multiple times or met again. Both tags generally pass proposals covering the prescriptive path, performance path, and Chapter 5 existing buildings. In the residential, the focus was primarily on making the prescriptive path with the R406 credit table, options to use federal minimum efficiency appliances. The prior version used heat pumps as a base appliance. So what that meant was when you went to I'm going to call heat pumps about a 200 to 300% efficient appliance, and gas minimum is about 80% efficient on an annualized basis. So when you move from a more efficient system as a baseline to a less efficient system as a baseline, what the number of credits needed had to go up under that. And I'll get more into that later, but we had to adjust the fuel normalization table. And we had proposals for these. So, and I'm going to talk about the fuel normalization table in a bit. In the end, there are basically about 5 types of systems in the fuel normalization table. Very few people use the modeling path in the residential code, but there's also some changes there. And then there was a change in the water heating location to include more appliances, make them be more viable. In the commercial, we adjusted the prescriptive path since lots of teams use that, and basically created a new prescriptive path option specifically for fossil fuels. So that was proposal 037, and we had a lot of modifications. I'll get into that when we talk about commercial more. Since the commercial code doesn't have a fuel normalization that kind of tries to get at the difference in efficiency between heat pumps and minimum federal efficiency heat pumps and minimum federal efficiency gas, this fossil fuel path basically sets out additional C406 option requirements for fossil fuel buildings. And that is to make up for the lack of efficiency of those base fossil fuel appliances as compared to the federal minimum heat pump heating, space heating and water heating. So we also increased the amount of credit given in C406 because since you're starting with a less efficient heating appliance, envelope measures actually do more for you. So a lot of the credits, you get more credits for those because based on all the underlying modeling, you get more energy efficiency out of envelope measures because you're starting with a less efficient appliance. There are two options for this fossil fuel path that we're going to be talking about today that I'm sure will come up. And we'll get into those when we get to the commercial code. But there's two ways of basically doing about the same thing. And we don't have to decide between those today, but we could. The modeling suggests that both the residential and commercial code are not increasing in stringency or decreasing in stringency generally with the proposals passed on to us today. So I just want to be clear, there's numbers that moved around, but in general, there was no increase or decrease in stringency. It was just how the path you follow, the number of credits you get for something or something else that were done. And that's all based on underlying energy modeling that's part of the process. And we had to get that energy modeling done. And there's some backup documents on that on the TAG website. So that's kind of like the general, what the tags did and what the MVE did, and then I'm gonna get into more specifics. So if we want to cover the residential now, I'll walk you through that. And I don't know who on staff is running the Zoom, but if you want to bring up the compiled document on the residential changes, then we can kind of scroll through that while I give a bit of a narrative. So the TAG looked at dozens of proposals to reduce risk under EPCA, Council's direction. We passed several proposals, we modified others, did not pass many others. There was a lot of overlap between proposals. A lot of people had very similar ideas of what might need to happen. And some proposals grouped several code modifications, and other people submitted several code proposals to cover the same ideas. The residential energy code TAG met 2 times. The first was a joint session of the commercial and energy, as I mentioned, so we could talk about EPCA. Then the residential TAG met for several hours and followed that up with another meeting on July 13th. In general, the residential code just increased the R406 options table, the number of options to now include gas appliances, whereas it didn't have gas appliances in it before, because it was based on an air source heat pump, and achieved the credit. If you pause right there and scroll up just a little bit, so this fuel normalization table, so you can see that combustion equipment went from -3 to 0, and that is, so if you can, and then if you scroll down, you can see the number of credits generally went up by around 3. And so you can see there was just that shift of like everything just went up by 3 if you start with a combustion fossil fuel appliance. So it's not increasing stringency, but some of the credits were adjusted based on how much energy they actually save now that we're using gas as the minimum. And specifically that is envelope measures and some other heating measures are now worth more credits than they were before because you're starting with a worse heating appliance from an energy efficiency standpoint. Proposal 035 modified the prescriptive path. It eliminates the requirement for heat pumps and then requires more credits in the R406 section to make up for the performance decrease. Proposals 01 and 20 were passed as part of 35. They add additional efficiency credits for higher performing gas appliances. Proposal 15 also passed, and that changes the installation location for some water heaters, making them more viable. And that's the prescriptive path. The TAG considered many other packages of proposals, but did not pass them. For the performance, Proposal 38 was passed in limited form. It adopts edits to 405.2, Table 405.21, and Larry Andrews may be happy to hear this. It removes the carbon emissions table entirely from this section. So performance criteria based on energy use, which is what EPCA seems to be, and not on carbon. I've got a couple more things to say, and then Tom. I just want to go back to the fuel normalization table. The reason we have this is that gas homes based on combustion have lagged the efficiency of electric homes based on heat pumps. And in the past, we've had, the challenge of the reports that we've sent to the legislature have shown that, in fact, heat pump homes are asked to do more and pay more to make up for the inefficiency of gas homes. And that's been an unfortunate part of our process for a while. And that's what the fuel normalization seeks to remedy, is making it actually about one-to-one energy use and not about using, having the baseline be the system there that you choose for the building. So federal minimum appliances are around 80% efficient. Heat pumps are 250% efficient or so. So they're about 4 times more efficient than federal minimum gas appliances. And so you need to normalize them if you're going to give them the same amount of credits for things. And that's what the fuel normalization and equalization credit does. The energy report was 2018 cycle, was clear on that. And then I wanted to get into a bit of site versus source. This has come up a lot. The council, the TAG, and the MVE have all voted for things that are based on site energy. The EPCA references we looked up in the TAG talked about site energy use, and the legislative mandate that we have is also about site energy use. Nonetheless, we have a lot of people that want to bring up source energy use, and so I wanted to address that while I'm giving this report. We could spend a great deal of time talking about this, and the TAG didn't pass this now. It didn't pass it 2 years ago. It didn't pass it prior to that. The council hasn't passed source energy use either. So I don't think we need to discuss it today. There was a letter on it, but I think it's a distraction and a delay tactic. And it's not even relevant to Washington in this case, because per the Energy Information Administration, 67% of Washington's electricity is generated by hydro, 12% by gas and other renewables, 9%, and nuclear 8%. And site versus source may be an argument in other states where you are burning stuff and then transmitting through electricity through lines. And so you lose a lot of efficiency when you burn something and put it into the electric lines and then use it later. But we're majority hydro. We don't burn much in our state. It's a little bit of coal that's going to be phased out before any buildings under this code go into operation, and 12% gas currently. Nationally, it's about 60% fossil fuels. So it is pretty inefficient nationally. But applying in a national site to source in our state is nonsensical. And since EPCA and all the legislation talk about site energy, it isn't even relevant to this discussion. So I just wanted to bring that up. We've discussed it at length many, many times, and in no case have we ever gone in favor of that. And then a further discussion, which is brought up every time, is about marginal emissions, and I could talk about that for hours, but in fact, that's not. They're good for some uses, especially long-run marginal emissions, but they're not for annual energy code work that we're doing. So hopefully that gave you a brief overview of what the residential code changes are. I'm happy to answer questions about them or just go to a council discussion. I wanted to mention a couple of things which changed at the MVE committee. That was the atmospheric venting exception to water heater location. And then Damon noticed a typo in the credit normalization table in 406.2. So that's my report on the residential energy code one. And my hope is that we would deal with the residential code and then we could deal with the commercial code later, just because I think there will be potentially different discussions on them.
Bill, if you'd like to handle the raised hands from council, you can go ahead.
Okay, Tom.
Yeah, so I was just reading through this and I noticed on our 405 2.5 it still references annual carbon emissions, and I'm wondering if that was in there on purpose or if it was just missed.
Like in the text?
Yeah. It was taken out in almost everywhere and replaced with site energy, but then in that middle sentence right there where the cursor just was, it says carbon emissions of standard reference design.
Oh yes, that should be taken out. First, yes, that's a typo. Thank you, Tom.
Okay.
That is intended to be changed. Yep. Was that your comment?
Yeah, that's all I had.
Okay, cool. Representative Vermel.
Thanks, Shell. I guess first just want to say thank you to you and the folks on the TAG and the folks on the MVET committee for a lot of scrambling and work in response to the Ninth Circuit Court decision. Just zooming way out here, my question actually pertains to both residential and commercial energy code proposals today. Central organizing principle for this body in thinking about energy code is the legislative mandate to steadily, stepwise improve the energy efficiency in our buildings between 2005 and 2031 by 70%. And I think when we reviewed this code a little over a year ago, you showed a graphic that indicated that the proposed commercial code that we adopted moved us near to compliance with that pathway. And the residential code put us actually on a path to meet that 2031 standard. I may have those two backwards. But my big question is just, with that long-term legislative mandate in focus, is this code still keep us roughly on track to meet the 2031 standards?
Yes, in short, yes. Yeah, the commercial code is almost catching up with the kind of the path that we're hoping for, within a margin of error, but a little bit behind. And the residential code is probably within a margin of error, but a little bit ahead of that glide path, based on the analysis that was done on the prior version of the codes. So the energy modeling that's been done for both the residential and commercial right now suggests that they are equivalent in terms of energy performance to the 2021 codes that we passed last year. So
very helpful. Thank you.
Senator Wilson.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. So I asked this back earlier. The entire table changed, is what Jill, you had indicated. And this changed because this was based on the EFCA rules, because that you thought that we wouldn't comply. So the entire table changed. So it went from having to require 5 credits to 8 credits. So what changed with the appliances themselves that the table needed to be changed? Or was it changed to avoid losing the lawsuit? That's one question. Do you want me to ask all the questions and then Or do you want to answer them as I go along?
I can answer that question and then we can move on or go to your next question if that's fine. Yes, so the tag was asked to take proposals that responded to APCA concerns, and the APCA concern, there was some concern that having a air source heat pump as the base appliance would, not meet EPCA. That was the concern. So the combustion was still in the table because there are 18 exceptions, or there are many exceptions for having an air source heat pump in the old code, in the 2021 code that we passed earlier as a body. What this does is you can see the -3 is stricken and the 0 is the new number for this system type 1 combustion. So if you had combustion in the 2021 old code, you started at -3, and then you had to get to 5, let's say, for a medium home, or 6 for a medium home. Then so now you start out at 0, and you have to get basically the same distance to get to that medium home. So the -3 was changed to a 0, and the 5 was changed to an 8. So if you started at a -3 and you had to get to 5, and you started at a 0, and now you have to get an 8, it's the same distance. Does that make sense?
Sure, but you're still asking for more credits, right? It takes more credits. It takes 8 credits now, where that has to come off of somewhere else in the building process.
Well,
So
you started at -3 before, so you had to get from -3 to 5, which is you had to get 8 more credits to go from -3 to 5. And now you start at 0 and you have to get an 8, which means you also need 8 credits. So under the 2021 old and under the 2021 proposals that we're looking at, you still have to get 8 credits to go from a combustion home to compliance.
So it didn't really need to be changed then, because it's the same. But it did. Okay.
It did, yeah.
Okay, so I have in the tag process, then you indicated that this didn't become more stringent, but were there disagreements among tag members that it was changing the stringency of this? It's my understanding that there were members that questioned that.
Okay, we had a lot of discussions on these proposals, and there was some proposals passed unanimously and some proposals did not pass unanimously. I'd have to look at the specific voting on this one to see where people ended up. But I think there was lots of debates and discussions on lots of topics. And if you're thinking of a specific thing, then go ahead and bring it up.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking if there were disagreements on that, because you said it wasn't going to. So I guess finally, according to the building industry, this will basically just deter the usage of natural gas, which will basically ban natural gas. So I don't know how this is going to affect litigation, but it really does highlight the fact that we will need a cost benefit analysis prior to implementing this, because we need to know what it's going to cost and how much more it's going to add to the cost of building, because we're not supposed to be raising the cost of building in this agency. So I just want to stress that we do need to have that cost benefit analysis. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. There wasn't a question in there, right?
No.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Jay.
When we talked about this in the MVE last week, we noted that there is a item that is TBD in the energy modeling. This is in the 406.3 table, item 5.8 on combination systems. This is the bottom of page 16 of the document that's up. Is this something we're looking to send out to public comment as is? Or are there folks working on finishing up that particular modeling? What's the current status?
Yeah, I think That's being worked on. That's being worked on and would be part of a public comment process. At the commercial code cycle, some modeling came back during the CR 102 process, and we adopted that into the final code. So it's not unprecedented to still have some of to adjust some numbers afterwards. And just to be clear about the modeling is these credits are given 1/2 credit for every 600 kWh of energy savings based on the prototype homes. So they're not arbitrary, and they're not based on what someone wakes up feeling like some morning. They are based on 600 kWh of savings in these homes. And that's what we'd held for the standard for these TBDs as well.
Thank you.
Oh, one thing for Senator Wilson I did want to respond is during the, I think it was the MVE process, there was a presentation on different homes that can comply based on, using minimum appliances and all that. And so I think there was a discussion of options, combinations of options that comply that include minimum efficiency appliances. Craig.
Thanks, Jill. I just want to thank you and the tags and the MVEs. I got to sit in some of those meetings, not all of them, and I admired the way that the balanced discussion went. My question is really simple. As I've tried to monkey around with the tables and things like that, I'm having a hard time finding a probable pathway for gas using homes to be possible. Can you tell me if it's reasonably possible without spending a ton of money for gas to be a source of fuel for a home based on this new table?
I think during the late tag or the MVE process, I think there was descriptions of how to do that. I would need to look through some emails and come up with those. This is an Excel file.
Yeah.
And I need to bring that up. I don't have that immediately available.
I just wasn't able to find a pathway through there, but I know I am not a good person to use as an example of calculating the pathways through the tables and things. So I'd just like to know if it's still possible to use gas and afford to build a house. Do you think? Is that reasonably possible? Definitely possible?
Yes. I mean, I don't think the tag would have accepted this if it wasn't, but if it needs to be. I mean, the idea of going to the effort that the tag and the MVE and we are going to is so that minimum federal efficiency gas appliances can be used in homes, and it's explicitly clear that that's possible. So if there's suggestions that it's not possible, I think we need to figure that out.
Fair enough.
I think I saw examples where it was possible, but
just like you're going to spend so much money on the skin that the house is no longer affordable is the way I was kind of heading. But man, it's more complicated than my brain can grasp. So I'd appreciate maybe some further conversation at a different meeting some other time. But right now it just feels really expensive to build a gas surfaced home. That was it. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. Micah.
Thanks, Jill. I'm not sure this question's explicitly for you, but we all know as part of this energy code change or these energy code changes that we have to look at some type of cost benefit analysis, even if it's preliminary. And I'm just curious to where those documents are in relation to these proposals. They're not in the meeting notes. They're not as attached documents to the meeting for public review. Would staff or even you, Jill, know where those documents are and when those will be made available as part of our decision here today? Thanks.
Staff?
They would be attached to the original proposals that came in.
And are those original proposals part of today's meeting where we're supposed to take some type of vote? Or do we have to go find those in another meeting?
Those are in the link to the MVE committee meeting, to the proposal log.
If you click on the link where it says MVE report or whatever under today's meeting, it gives you to the MVE meeting list of documents. Okay, Todd.
Thank you, and thank you, Sean, and all tags and committees on this for all the work. Related to cost benefit, without going down the rabbit hole of when a preliminary cost benefit analysis and the final and so forth. My question is, somewhere today, can we remind the council members and the public what the purpose of the cost benefit analysis is? Meaning, the task here was to mitigate risk related to EPCA and look at those bundles a certain now energy target, right? Especially when we're talking about the prescriptive. So in my understanding of this, that doesn't necessarily mean the cost is the same, needs to be the same as a previous code. Just so if someone could state that very clearly for us to establish the rules would be helpful. Thank you.
I think you did a pretty good job, Todd.
Anybody want to take Todd's question?
Maybe that was a statement, so thank you.
A statement.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, I can jump in and read from a statute. Would that be helpful?
I just want to make sure I understand what the goal is here.
Yeah, okay. So there are a couple hurdles, right, that the council or any agency which is promulgating significant legislative rules, like these proposed rules would have to jump through. And one of those is to make the determinations that are spelled out in 3405-328 for significant legislative rules. And among those, and I'm just going to pull it up right now, this is what the council will need to determine. And this is no different than what was done with the, with the 2021 rules in total, including the energy code. But there needs to be, among other things, a determination that the probable benefits of the rule are greater than its probable costs, taking into account both the qualitative and quantitative benefits and costs and the specific directives of the statute being implemented. Now, it's pretty wide open, right? I didn't say anything there that it provides a lot of precision in how you're supposed to do that, but that is one of the determinations that you all will need to make when considering whether this proposal, assuming it goes through the CR 102 process and it comes time to take a vote on it, you'll have to make that determination as well as other determinations because it falls into that, it's classified as a significant legislative rule under 3405-328.
Thank you, Derek. If I may just conclude, I think my emphasis here is that it's a cost benefit analysis, not a cost analysis.
Oh, to be sure, right. And I hope everybody understands that it's qualitative and quantitative costs and benefits would be considered too. So I'd be surprised if anybody were to take the position that this is just about looking at, an accounting ledger, seeing what the dollars cost out to.
Yeah. I've got a related question. I'm not sure if I'm jumping in front of Representative Ramel and Tom. Dirk, could you respond your interpretation of if so basically there's two paths. There's there is a path that allows for a fossil fuel solution, is it required that the cost of that fossil fuel solution be equivalent to a heat pump solution? Or even if there is a prescriptive and is there anything that says a prescriptive versus a non-prescriptive path, that those have to be cost neutral?
The standards are spelled out, the factors for determining whether, okay, so there's a couple things going on here. I just want to be sure I'm clear about the question. I was just talking about the requirement in our State Administrative Procedure Act, right, that the agency needs to consider, the council needs to consider the costs and benefits of the proposal through the CR 102 process, need to make those cost benefit analysis, the preliminary one, available to the public. Public gets to comment on it, and then you ultimately make a determination regarding the qualitative and quantitative costs and benefits. But that's one thing. But and the statute is clear. I just read it. It's qualitative and quantitative, so you can take into account. It doesn't have to be just dollars. It sounds like your question has to do maybe a little bit more with the factors that are considered under EPCA to determine whether a building code proposal meets the exception for building codes for EPCA preemption. And if that's the case, I would say I'm not aware of the fact that the costs need to be the same and under both pathways. I don't believe that that's accurate for purposes of EPCA preemption. Of course, if anybody has a different point of view, I'd be interested in hearing that. That's not one of the criteria in the factors. The factors, of course, include a whole host of criteria that need to be considered, but I don't understand that to be one of them. And is that responsive to your question, Roger?
Yes, thank you.
I also want to be clear, everybody knows I am not an expert on EPCA preemption. And so if you want a more confident response to that, I can arrange to have that provided, but I think it's pretty clear that that's not the answer. Or I should say that is the answer, the one I gave. Make things more clear, more unclear. All right, I'm done. Any other questions on that, Roger? Okay, I'll stop talking.
Representative Rommel.
Thanks. Great line of questioning. Appreciate that discussion. My question is process oriented and probably a question for Stoyan. I'm just wondering if you can walk us through the milestones and the timeline moving this forward at this point. As I understand it, the intention, the hope is that we would advance this towards a CR 102. Then there's some staff work that has to go into preparing that filing, and then a 60-day comment period. There may be some scheduling that means that 60-day comment period ends up being longer than 60 days. And then there's some additional filing that would presumably happen if CR 102 moves to 103. And then there's the sort of the implementation period that, you know, for this information to be formalized and disseminated. Just wondering if you can tell us sort of the milestones along that path so that we can do some thinking about when this would likely be in effect if we were to advance it today.
Krista has a few slides related to the time frame. Krista, do you want to share it? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, you anticipated this question. This is great.
I'm a lucky guy. I have Krista here.
So we prepped a little timeline of the steps that we would need to take and the process of filing the CR 102 and the significant deadlines that go along with that. So after your vote today, we'd have to work with order typing service and the code revisor's office to get the text into acceptable format for the code revisor's office. And that can take, depending on the complexity and how busy order typing service is, between 2 days and 30 days. While that's going on, staff also needs to put together all the information for the small business analysis and the cost benefit analysis required by statute. And along with that, we need to have an anticipated date of when the council is going to be adopting the public or the permanent rule, and when and where we're going to have the public hearing, which is all kind of tied in together. So this is the filing deadlines for the code revisor's office. And you'll notice the next coming one is on September 20th. And the possibility that we can have all this put together within 5 days is probably less than nil. So the first possible date of filing would be October 4th, with the first possible hearing into November. So sometime after November 7th. So the proposed rule in the CR 102 cannot be adopted before the intended date of adoption that we publish on our CR 102. So that's something to keep in mind. Usually we have a date that we intend on making the decision and when we anticipate having the public hearings, and kind of work back from that to establish our deadlines. And then these are just it's pretty much the same process for filing the CR 103 as it was for filing the CR 102. You're just preparing slightly different documents in the meanwhile. Still takes a considerable amount of time to pull everything together, get it all prepped. And then that CR 102 has to be filed a minimum of 31 days before the permanent rule can go into effect, or depending on the council's perceivance of the statute after the end of session next year. So that's that. If you have any questions.
Does that answer questions around timing? Potential timing?
I think so. I just lost track at the end there about the end of session next year. I mean, ultimately, my question was, is there any realistic possibility that this is done sometime this year and in effect? It sort of sounds like the answer is no. There's some question marks around whether or not we would be required to have to wait until the end of the next legislative session. And there's some discussion about whether maybe we could have an emergency rule or something else that would fill that gap. But I think what I'm hearing here is that we can circumnavigate all of those arguments that might otherwise be pending, because as a practical matter, getting CR 102 and 103 completed with the deadlines here, we're not going to be done much before a legislative session, whether or not that rule actually applies. Right. If anybody disagrees, speak up. But I want to see this happen as quickly as possible, but I also don't want to argue about things that we can't get done.
If you don't mind me jumping in, Representative Rommel or Tony, I just want to echo everything that Krista said. I did a little back of the envelope math. And if you hit all your marks, maybe you could hit mid-December as a final That would be pretty remarkable if you're able to do that, because the earliest hearing date would be beginning of November, and then that would anticipate that you file your 103 within a week or two after that. So all the staff work is done and the council has voted, right, to approve it in those couple of weeks after the beginning of November. And then you have the 30 days. And so assuming all of that happens, you're looking at mid-December at probably the earliest, but it seems unlikely that all those things would happen. And if I said anything you disagree with, Krista or Stoyan, let me know.
I just want to add here, the energy codes in general are difficult for filing because of, you know, tremendous amount of time of documents. And in this case, we're still waiting for some sections that were modified by the technical advisory group. So we cannot use the initial cost benefit. We need some improvements to it. So when you add all these, we need to add all this to the time frame that Dirk and Krista just outlined.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah, sorry, I had my hand up before this conversation moved so far. But I have some comments back to the cost stuff that we were talking about earlier, you know, and I'd sat in the TAG meetings and the committee meetings and all, and I know that it was expressly pretty well, the cost of the equipment, the cost of the installation was expressly, you know, excluded from the discussions. Only the cost of energy was included in the discussions. And, you know, I wonder about when we talk about these cost benefits, it's, you know, cost benefits to whom? And I think that they could be pretty broad because, you know, if we're going to actually increase the cost of construction of residential units and homes, and especially, you know, affordable housing units, you know, those costs can be extremely great if developers and individuals can no longer afford to build affordable housing anymore. So I think that there's a lot that is triggered in the cost of the installation and the equipment itself, more than just the cost of energy.
If I can add a little bit to the cost benefit, I hope I won't figure something more difficult, but the cost benefit analysis is based on the life cycle cost of the building. We calculate it based on, again, it's not upfront cost, it's the life cycle cost. This is the different with when calculate how much it will cost when we build it versus how much it will cost for the 30 or 50 years life of the building.
So then the possibility of not being able to build some of these affordable housing units then doesn't get counted in any of that. It's just a loss to the society that isn't recognized in this study then, correct?
I can't answer that. I don't know. I'm saying that how we calculate the cost benefit analysis. It's based on the life cycle. The council several years ago adopted this life cycle cost tool or whatever it's called. So we're using this or any alternative that will provide this comparison. But again, it's based on the life of the building.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just providing the data. I don't want to take. I don't want to say any opinion.
So just to be clear, Tom, the new codes are not more stringent than the codes that this body approved a year or two ago. So, in fact, options were added, and so I know there was some question as how if you say you can do X, Y, and Z, and now you can do X, Y, Z, and A, how do you assess the cost of that? Because you're adding options, and if X was the cheapest already, then X is still the cheapest. If Y was the cheapest, it's still the cheapest. If Z was the cheapest, it's still the cheapest. And now you're just adding one option, option A. So now I don't see how, you know, implied radical cost increases are even really, you know, founded.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to, like somebody else mentioned earlier, you know, like to again visit that Excel spreadsheet to calculate the credits and, you know, what that does to building costs.
Yeah, so I just did that while there was a little other people talking, and you know, I found options through the code, but they do rely on the envelope. I mean, to hit a high energy performance, which is what the legislature has tasked us to do, you have to do something. And if you choose to do nothing with appliances, you have to do a lot of envelope stuff, and you have to put some PV on the roof probably. So if you say you're not going to do appliances or envelope, yeah, there are no options. But if you do appliances, you don't have to do as much envelope. If you do a lot of envelope, you don't have to do as much appliances. So it's a trade-off, and the builder gets to choose, or the designer gets to choose which one they want. And that's how the system works. But there are options through the code for, I had 5 minutes. I didn't spend a great deal of time on it, but I found options through the code. But you do have to do a lot with the envelope if you're not going to do anything with your appliances. So Damon, you're up.
I intentionally kept my hand down toward the end because as you can imagine, I got a lot to say. But so if Micah and Representative Ramel and Senator Wilson and Todd have quick things I might just want to save to the end, so I don't hijack the meeting here, if that's okay. I will note that, you know, the cost benefit analysis is the same thing we use for commercial, which is 50 years. There's not many people that buy a house and stay in it for 50 years. So do bear that in mind. That's a long amortization on the cost benefit analysis. But I'm going to drop my hand and come back after some other comments have been made.
Okay, Todd.
Thank you. I'd like to state my understanding of what we're talking about so that I can seek feedback or challenge to it. We are talking about timelines strictly to file CR 102 to go and do rulemaking, and we can have a discussion about permanent rulemaking, you know, pathways, right? So those dates that we're talking about is that process within the defined scope of the CR 101, which was focused on EPCA risk mitigation. So we have to keep that in mind. Am I technically correct in stating that that is not technically tied to the next agenda item, which is potential delay of the codes? Right, we have to stay within the bounds of our agenda item. Those two things are not tied. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Micah. Oh no,
Thanks,
sorry, I had
Linda.
Senator Wilson, you were next on my list. Did you drop your hand?
Well, no, actually, Damon mentioned part of what I was going to say. So it is the 30 years is what is typical. Most people don't stay in their homes longer than 10 years. So when you're talking about basically financing the appliances and then the cost of the loans and the interest rates that are sky high right now and going higher, how is that all incorporated when you're talking about the cost of purchasing or building a home right now in this analysis?
And I'll note that my understanding is it's 50 years for commercial and 50 years for residential when you're looking at the life of the appliance. It has nothing to do with the mortgage. It's 50-year calculation.
Yeah, I think maybe it can be said that Washingtonians will live in the house for 50 years, but maybe not the first homeowner.
I don't know anybody. Okay, fine.
Well, a Washingtonian will live in the house in 50 years, right?
Well, yeah, it's your person that bought the home or built the home that's absorbing all the costs of this, because what you're talking about it'll cost more for the builder to build if he wants to put in natural gas. That's the way this is set up. That's the goal, right? That's the goal of this agency, is to reduce the use of natural gas or ban it completely. So the more it costs, the less they're going to use. The more it costs to build the home, the less chance it's going to be used, which is a de facto banning of natural gas.
I've said it many times, I disagree with that assessment, but it's based on energy use, and you just cannot get that close to the 70% energy use reduction by burning federal minimum fossil fuel appliances. I mean, gas. You just can't get energy efficiency out of federal minimum gas appliances that you can out of heat pumps. So if you're hitting a 70% reduction, which the legislature has made it clear that we're doing, you need to use more heat pumps. And gas heat pumps are explicitly part of the code. So if somebody wants to use a gas heat pump, they're more than welcome to.
And at the same time raises the cost of building. Can't deny that that's happening. That's why the line why my line of questioning. It is increasing the cost, regardless of what. And does it apply to EFCA? Right? Is this going to fly with EFCA? We don't know. We're guessing and hoping. I'm done.
Hey, Micah.
Thanks. I want to keep or reminding our council members that we need to completely review RCW 3405-328. It deals with cost, but one of the items that folks are missing is item 1E that says we shall determine, with more sentence in there, that the rule being adopted is the least burdensome alternative for those required to comply, and that it will achieve the general goals of section 1, which we talk about as the legislation. So again, yes, these things could cost more, and yes, it could cost more to build. I don't think anybody's going to deny that. However, again, we made this determination when we voted last time for the energy code proposals that these are the least burdensome alternatives for the rules. Please remember that section of the RCW.
Thanks, Micah. Representative Romel.
So a comment and then perhaps a proposal. First, just want to note that what I think we're here to do today is to decide whether to advance this proposal to CR 102, which would then include a process for staff to develop a cost-benefit analysis. So discussion of what's more expensive or less expensive is perhaps premature to the conversation that we're having today, to the decision that we're being asked to make today. The second question I have, Shell, maybe this is, I don't believe, or Tony, I don't believe we have a motion on the floor right now. I think we should have a motion on the floor pretty soon because we've got less than an hour left to finish both this item and several more on the agenda. Is it appropriate to move both, that we advance both the residential and commercial codes? And I think a lot of the conversation that we're going to have and that we are having right now is pertinent to both residential and commercial. Open to guidance on that, but if that's appropriate, then I would like to move that we advance both the residential and commercial codes for staff to prepare CR 102 filings for. Chuck.
I want to clarify something. I will go after Representative Romel's statement about staff preparing the cost-benefit analysis. What staff does with the cost-benefit analysis, we put together the data provided by proponents and data provided by, if we have a third party helping us, if we have a contract or if we have somebody helping us. The cost-benefit analysis for the energy code is very technical. Staff has no capability of doing that. 45 people are doing this for California. When we put together everything that is available when we are filing the CR 102, we're collecting all comments related to the cost benefit analysis. So we are attaching the comments to the preliminary cost benefit analysis. If we consider that there is something wrong with the preliminary cost benefit analysis, then we go a little further. If we can do it in-house, we will do it to clarify the differences and fix the errors. If we cannot do it in-house, we ask for help. But this preliminary cost benefit analysis is not developed by staff. Again, energy, we can do it for all costs, but not for the energy.
Thank you, Stoyan. We do have a motion on the table. And in line with Representative Romel's comments, just as a reminder to everyone, 4:45, there is a hard stop, and we still have to take public comment on this agenda item as well as the next, which could take some time there. So
I will second the motion.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we take action on that or further discuss, I would like to open it up for public comment. And so if you have public comment related to agenda item number 9, please raise your hand in the Zoom in the chat function. I will be monitoring that. Due to the time constraints, we will be limited to 1 minute for each public comment, 1 minute for each public comment. After I call on you, please state your name and identify yourself. And then I will let you know when your time has started.
Tony, we have also folks in the room here who want to testify.
Understood, Stoyan. Thank you. So we will go through the those online, and then we will go to those in person and go to them as well. We'll start with Ty Jennings. Ty.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Point of order. I've had my hand up for the last few minutes.
Go ahead, Damon.
I'll try to consolidate my comments here.
Damon, is this something that we can do during discussion? Because we have a motion on the table with a second that will be opened up for discussion after public comment, but I can't make a decision on the motion with council members before going to public comment. Is that okay?
Yep, I can understand.
Thank you, Damon. Appreciate it. Okay, Ty. Your time starts now. Go ahead.
Ty Jennings, Cascade Natural Gas. Just want to raise a brief point here that we really didn't go through the commercial energy code options. In addition to that, we actually had 2 proposals that were forwarded by the MVE to the full council here. There has not been discussion regarding which option was going to be moved forward into the CR 102 process, nor did the motion at hand address that. So I would ask if further motions or a clarifying motion need to be made. I would also just like to briefly note that the proponent's basis in the residential for determining the values in table R406.2 are based upon a flawed assumption. Per the proponent, the 3.0 credits provided for heat pumps are granted given the COP of a federal minimum appliance being approximately 2.4, whereas a federal minimum gas furnace has an AFU of approximately 80%. 2.4 divided by 0.8 being equal to the 3 credits assigned. The problem with this being that while a gas furnace will
That's your time, Ty. I have to move on. I'm sorry because of time constraints. Thank you. Claire Richards. Your time will start when you start to speak.
Thank you for the opportunity to make comment for the TAG's effort to revise these building codes while keeping strong performance standards. My name is Dr. Claire Richards. I'm a nurse and I'm here on behalf of Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility. We urge the State Building Code Council to vote to move forward the amendments to the 2021 Washington State Energy Code, residential and commercial. There is a pressing need in Washington State to both mitigate and adapt to climate breakdown much more quickly. Changing building codes is an important way to do both at the same time, especially to address more need for cooling in a hotter world and air quality risks from worsening wildfire, while still slowing the progression of fossil-fueled climate breakdown and the externalized costs of burning fossil fuels that disproportionately fall on socially vulnerable groups. For public health, we need to move away from gas appliances that pollute the air, and this will improve the health of Washingtonians. The new building codes also improve the kitchen ventilation to protect the health of residents and building occupants. Decreasing exposure to pollution in the home by ventilation requirements.
That's your time, Claire. Thank you. Pat, go ahead. Your time will start when your microphone turns on.
My name is Pat Harris, and I'm a resident of Seattle. As a resident, I ask you, the council members, to pass the amendments to the 2021 Washington State Energy Code to protect those strong codes and ensure that new commercial and residential buildings in Washington are as climate friendly as possible. The changes allow builders to choose ways to achieve the goal of meeting the standards without mandating a transition to heat pumps, but they still encourage that transition. Because gas-powered furnaces and water heaters last lots of years, continuing to build with these appliances locks us into decades of emissions, just as we are pledging to reduce them. We need standards to construct buildings that stand the test of time to help build a sustainable zero emissions future for Washington. For the good of Washington State, let's get going on getting these amended standards passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry, go ahead. Your time will start when you start.
Hello, my name is Larry Luton. I live in Spokane. While I am disappointed about the lack of focus on electrification, I support the proposed revisions of the building codes for two reasons. Because buildings are one of the top sources of greenhouse gas emissions in Washington State, we can't hope to reach our GHG emissions reduction goals without seriously reducing emissions from buildings. Second reason, the initial draft of the 2021 Sustainability Action Plan in Spokane included a recommendation to discontinue the use of new natural gas. Because of objections from people with financial interests in the use of natural gas, that recommendation was taken out of the final draft. Spokane needs your help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the building sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew, go ahead. Your time will start when you start to speak.
My name is Matthew Vellis. I'm a mechanical engineer and energy analyst at FSI Engineers based in Seattle. We urge the council to pass these amendments and to move this package forward to public comment. We support the intent of the energy code adopted last year. That is the transition to clean and affordable electricity. That move safeguards building owners and occupants. Carbon reduction requirements are likely to require owners to electrify in the next decades. And new buildings with fossil fuel infrastructure are likely to require significant expenditures in the future. We can safeguard current and future owners from expensive upgrades. For building occupants, it's already been mentioned, but heat pumps safeguard the health and wealth of occupants by providing cooling, by avoiding pollutants created indoors and out, and avoiding the volatility of gas pricing. Our primary concern is the life of combustion equipment. Pat mentioned this, but every BTU of methane designed into buildings now has to be multiplied out by the lifespan of the equipment. That's 10 to 25 years. As an HVAC engineer, I know for certain
That's your time. Thank you, Matthew. Richard, your time will start when you begin to speak.
My name is Richard Vogt. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I live in Seattle. Desired behavior can be encouraged with either a carrot or a stick. Last year, you used a stick by requiring heat pumps for space and water heating. Now, a court decision has said you can't mandate heat pumps. Keep in mind that burning gas creates climate warming greenhouse gases, and most electricity in Washington State does not. Therefore, your amendments to the energy codes must now be filled with as many carrots as possible to incentivize developers to choose heat pumps instead of gas. Please use incentives to ensure that new buildings in Washington are as climate friendly and cost effective as possible, given the current judicial restraints. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, your time will start when you begin to speak.
Yeah, hi. My name is Dan Leckman. I'm with EHCD Architecture out of Western Washington. And I just want to note that we support adoption of these amendments. We feel like they're really in line with the goals of the Energy Code Council and moving us forward in the right direction. We think they're also they address any legal uncertainties and are also fair. So we support adoption of them. Thanks.
Thank you. Dylan Plummer, your time will start when you begin to speak.
Great. Members of the State Building Code Council, my name is Dylan Plummer, and I'm the Senior Campaign Representative for the Sierra Club, working on building electrification in Oregon and Washington. The Sierra Club is a national environmental nonprofit. In Washington State alone, we have 32,000 members and well over 100,000 supporters working for environmental and climate justice. On behalf of this membership across the state, I urge you to pass these amendments to protect strong codes and ensure that new buildings in Washington are as climate friendly and cost effective as possible. Please move this package forward to public comment. Please take this opportunity to protect our common sense codes and reduce emissions, build climate resiliency, and ensure that Washington continues to lead the way towards a just transition to clean, renewable electricity. Thank you for your consideration and your work on behalf of the state. Obviously, we strongly support these codes. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Donnelly, your time will start when you begin to speak.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to talk. I'm Patrick Donnelly with Integris Architecture. We have offices in Seattle and Spokane. I want to urge the council to adopt the amendments in question here. I want to say that within the architecture profession at large and with the support of organizations such as the American Institute of Architects, it's clear that reducing carbon emissions from building operations is critical to reducing global warming. As a practitioner, I can assure you that since the recent changes to the 2021 Energy Code went into effect, I have seen a marked improvement in our ability in working with our clients to reduce the carbon emissions in our buildings. And without this code change, we would lose ground on this critical measure to take a really positive step forward and take advantage of the clean electricity that we have in our grid here in Washington State. So once again, this is a great move. Yeah, thank you.
Armstrong, your time will start when you begin to speak. Armstrong? Oh, okay, we'll move to Jeanette McKay.
Thank you very much. Again, Jeanette McKay with Washington Realtors. Whoops. Are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Just wanted to express on behalf of our organization the fact that we still think with the changes that the TAG has worked on, and I was part of the TAG, we're still concerned that these fixes do not reduce the federal preemption violation claims that could potentially come. And for all practical purposes, these proposals are going to be discouraging the use of natural gas and propane. And this will have a huge impact on housing in Eastern Washington and also in more rural counties and communities. And I would also point out that the performance path is not really an option since it has limited users, so it should be redone to make it a true pathway and a true option. Again, we're just concerned.
That's your time. Thank you. Gregory, your time will start when you begin to speak. Gregory Johnson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Gregory Johnson with the Vista, and I just wanted to note that the statement that it does not increase costs is incorrect. R406.3, all the credit requirements have increased in this revision. And then on the commercial code, the additional credits required if you're doing the fossil fuel path is actually up to 5 times the credits. It was so crazy that they had to up the cap on solar panels. You could, with no consideration, is there even enough space on the roof to fit all these solar panels to get the additional credits? And this creates technical challenges with operating the electric grid, especially when we're in the peaks on the electric grid. And I guess that's where I'll stop.
Thank you. Andrea Smith, your time will start when you begin to speak.
Thank you. Andrea Smith, Building Industry Association of Washington, here today, urging a no vote on the options presented. First of all, the 70% reduction in energy use goal is irrelevant when you're considering a potential violation of federal law. To quote Berkeley specifically, quote, as these cases make clear, states and localities cannot skirt the text of broad preemption provisions by doing indirectly what Congress says they can't do directly. And this is precisely what the prescriptive pathway is doing, as well as the performance pathway, since nobody actually uses it. Second, regardless of the route that you take in the prescriptive pathway, the sheer number of credits required will raise the cost to build for all. Let me remind you that we are in the middle of an undersupplied and unaffordable market for most Washington families. Nobody cares if we're reducing emissions if their families can't thrive. A vote for options presented today is a vote for making homes more expensive for Washington families. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine, your time will start when you begin to speak. Jasmine, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, members of the State Building Codes Council. My name is Jasmine Chu, and I work at the Rocky Mountain Institute. I want to testify today in support of moving forward proposed amendments for the state energy codes for residential and commercial buildings. The council today should move these amendments forward for two primary reasons. First is that they support the transition of space and water heating in new buildings from polluting gas towards the state's clean and affordable electricity. Secondly, these amendments reduce legal risk due to EPCA and uncertain outcomes from the Ninth Circuit Court's considerations for the City of Berkeley's ordinance. I also want to emphasize the point that the lawsuit filed by Washington Gas Utility and building developer plaintiffs to block these new codes no longer stands. We're here today to effectively safeguard state energy codes while preserving their intent. I want to thank the council and committees for your hard work and time spent in updating the codes to be their best possible version. Thank you.
Eric Vandermeer.
Thank you. This is Eric Vandermeer. I did submit 3 written public comments for potential items that may preempt the EPCA rules, 2 in regards to the process, or 1 in regards to process service hot water, also 1 in a rewording of the service hot water section, and then some information about air-to-air heat pumps and the PTHPs. So I have submitted those, and I'm available online if there's questions from any of the council members on those. And I've also followed up with some text with Chell Anderson for some specific recommendations if we need revised code language. Thank you.
And I plan on making a mandatory motion to include some of your comments, Eric.
Okay, well, I'm here if there's any questions on the documents that were posted from many council members. Thank you.
Lisa, your time will start when you begin to speak.
Hello, thank you. I'm Lisa Parsley. I'm a city council member in Olympia. I want to thank the council members for letting me speak. I'm urging you to pass these amendments forward and allow public comment. As a city like Olympia, we are joined with Seattle, Shoreline, Tacoma, and Bellingham, already moving forward on energy codes based on the 2021 as well as others. This is due to the demand of our communities to start doing these actions and no longer delaying. By passing these forward, you will also be making a more consistent across the state building codes for the builders and developers, so it's not from jurisdiction to jurisdiction different. We have our communities telling us we need to do this. We will do this. We would rather have the state take charge and allow us to spend our money on other actions that do not require the code changes. If the state passes these codes and push them forward, then we can take on actions like sea level rise. Thank you.
Kelly, go ahead. Your time will start when you begin to speak. Kelly, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Kelly Thomas, thank you. Manager of Sustainability Initiatives for the Spokane City Council and the lead on our Sustainability Action Subcommittee. The new tag recommendations are a sound and flexible start in the right direction. Please approve. without delay. Our sustainability action plan was born out of this subcommittee and prioritizes reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and a big focus of our work is the decarbonization of buildings. We're a 4-season climate with some pretty harsh winters and very hot summers. We're committed to permanent building codes that support decarbonization, considering these extreme temperatures. Our poorest and most vulnerable neighborhoods sit in the middle of punishing heat islands with very little tree canopy. We acknowledge our energy and related industry workers who work hard to protect us in this harsh 4-season climate, and they should not be a casualty of climate change. We respect the training and expertise that is necessary to do this work and support efforts to keep workers educated as technology adapts to focusing on renewable sources of energy. Thank you.
Joelle, your time will start when you begin to speak. Joelle Robinson.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, Joelle Robinson speaking for Deepa Sivarachan, our local policy manager at Climate Solutions. In the interest of time, I am not reading Deepa's entire comments, but just asking the committee to please vote yes to move the MVE proposals for the residential and commercial codes to public comment. And thank you so much for your tremendous effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian Casey, time will start when you begin to speak.
Ian Casey, Northwest Natural. I just want to start by echoing the other SBCC members' concerns about a cost-benefit analysis that hasn't been provided showing an attainable pathway to gas. Without that, this whole effort of convening the tags to resolve EPCA preemption is defeated. Additionally, I'd just like to identify that pivoting from source energy to site energy is a significant change. It's assuming that electricity gets to your building 100% clean, which is not the case. In fact, using the proposed credit table in the commercial code, it cites that 267 additional credits would be required for a sample multifamily building. Under the same design, if you consider average electric emissions on the grid, it would only require 65 credits. And if you're considering marginal emissions from electricity, the all-electric building would require 65 credits over an all-electric building.
After time, Steve, your time will start when you begin to speak. Steve Tapio.
Thank you, Chair. Steve Tapio, New Tradition Homes, Purchasing Manager for our Eastern Washington Division. First off, on the energy equalization credits, the way that was changed in contrast to the Table 406.3 energy credits, they are skewed in that it takes more credits to, even if you're going with an all-electric home on this new proposal than on the original proposal. On the original one, I was able to go with a 9.5 HSPF heat pump and come up with enough credits. On the second proposal, even going with an 11 HSPF heat pump, I'm still short by at least a half a credit. So there needs to be some revision on those tables in contrast to the credits for the energy equalization. And also I want to urge council members vote no regarding this proposal here. And also one more note, it does cost extremely a large amount more to go with a gas home under this new proposal here to the tune of a minimum of $6,000. Thank you.
Yeah. Eric Bedell.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Bedell. I'm a professional mechanical engineer. I'm also part of the Commercial Technical Advisory Group and represent the general contractors in our state for the Commercial Energy Code. I do agree with the pathway to allow fossil fuel back into the code, but there's a fundamental flaw with the required 4 or 6 credits to go with the fossil fuel pathway. Right now, it's feasibly impossible to use the prescriptive pathway in a Group B occupancy. In a Group B occupancy, you need 170 credits to go with to get surface water heating and heating in a building. The best I could come up with choosing all the credits was 166 credits. Although gas is technically phased back into the code, it's virtually impossible to be implemented. My recommendation is to reconvene the tag and work through the credit tables in the current code to make a more realistic credit target for the fossil fuel pathway. Thank you.
Kevin Duval.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Kevin Doyle with Northwest Natural. A few comments. One, electrification is turning out to be more difficult and expensive than anticipated a few years ago. And in terms of greenhouse gas emissions reductions, a previous analysis of the 2021 code showed that for commercial buildings, the proposed changes would reduce emissions by less than 1% over the lifetime of the building. And for residential, it was less than 2%. So yes, there's reductions, and that's important, but they're not profound reductions. And we need to weigh in the cost of attaining those reductions. And as an example to what Eric Bedell was saying, for a commercial office building, 100,000 square feet, you could get the points if you put in a lot of PV, if you maxed out your solar PV allowance. And that would add somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000 to the first cost of that building.
Kathleen, your time will start when you begin to speak.
Thank you, Tony. Excuse me. My name is Kathleen Petrie, and I'm speaking on behalf of King County and requesting approval of the motion to move these amendments.
Your mic got muted.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
Again, my name is Kathleen Petrie, and I'm speaking on behalf of King County. I'm requesting approval of the motion to move these amendments forward to public comment. On October 14th, 2022, King County and 7 other jurisdictions sent a letter providing support for codes that reduce climate pollution, protect the health of our residents, and promote an equitable transition to a clean energy economy. As jurisdictions with climate goals, we lack the authority to develop codes for new residential buildings, making adoption of these amendments even more important without delay. Thank you very much.
Tim, go ahead and start.
Yeah, this is Tim Atterbury with the Associated General Contractors of Washington. This is just a request for Stoyan. I hopefully he writes this down. I just think at some point in the name of transparency, you should let the council members know how much they're spending in taxpayer-funded attorneys through this whole process. I think that will inform them. That can't be a bottomless pit. And so I think that number needs to be shared with the council at some point so they can decide if this fight is worth fighting.
Okay, Dustin, we're going to move to public comment for public comment in person. If you wouldn't mind governing that portion, I can set the timer and I'll just start it when I hear them begin to speak and let you know when that time is up, if you'd like to do the rest of it.
Okay. First up, we have Larry Andrews. Sorry. Yes.
Larry Andrews, Andrews Mechanical. I'd like to say energy choice. That's what we want. We want energy choice without any extra cost. Okay. And then in our area, the heat pump co-op doesn't include the cost of the defrost cycle, and they can't work very good in cold weather. Okay. And that hasn't been brought out here. And then another thing is I'm waiting for the commercial side of this, but the taxing that's being put on the fossil fuels to pay for electrical infrastructure. And it was told to the utilities that they can't tell the customer that they're taxing them more. And that is coming down the pipe. Thank you. It's already implemented. Thank you.
Next, I have Karen Spoon.
Hi, my name is, can you hear me over here?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Karen Scoot. I'm the executive director of the Spokane Long-Term Recovery Group. This is a group that's newly formed for the fires in Elk and in Medical Lake. So my concerns when listening to this is what our Elk residents and our Medical Lake residents are facing. No one chose to build again. And yet we have hundreds of people who have come to me and said they're very concerned about these changes because many of them are underinsured or uninsured. For them, it's crucial to have the access to non-electrical heating because we are affected by weather storms and power outages. So many will actually be living in the winter in RVs. Affordable housing is very important. Who can even afford a contractor? For those people who live in these areas, many of them are going to be building on their own. And navigating this kind of a plan is very difficult for them. Have we forgotten our mandate for affordable housing? So these are the people who are going to be disproportionately affected.
That's your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have others with hands up, please? I'll go in the front.
I'm Ann Anderson, structural engineer from Vancouver, Washington. I have a problem with the EPCA risk mitigation. It doesn't sound like it's been mitigated. I served on the ICC Board of Appeals for the 2021 code cycle. There was a proposal having to do with gas-fired water heaters that was appealed on the basis of the energy efficiency standard. It exceeded the federal minimum. The appeal was denied by our group because we were limited to reviewing for process and procedure violations since we were not EPCA experts. But we did recommend to the ICC board to do further analysis and investigation, which they did. Then the ICC board decided to withdraw that proposal from the 2021 IECC. Basically, jurisdictions that adopt provisions that may conflict with EPCA may find themselves the subject of litigation, and we do not want that in our codes. And I haven't heard proof that this has been investigated and analyzed enough to prove that there aren't going to be any EPCA preemption.
That's your time. Thank you.
I'll go with you behind her.
Jennifer Thomas from Spokane Home Builders Association. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'd like to bring up a point of clarification for cost analysis comments that were made previously, referencing that currently in effect 2021 code is, I believe, a mistake. The 2018 currently in effect design standards for architects have not generally generated designs under the proposed 2021 code, and therefore an accurate cost analysis has not yet been completed. Further, you referenced CETA with the carbon reduction mandate, but you cannot ignore the RCW 19.27.020.4 that directs you to eliminate, not add restrictive regulations, which could, not would, unnecessarily increase carbon costs. So I'm arguing no vote today. Thank you.
I see some more hands. If we got more comment on this item. It looks like that wraps us up for comment here in the room.
Okay. No further public comment, then we will move back to council discussion for the motion that is on the table, which is to move the amendments to the 2021 commercial and residential energy code to the CR 102 process. Representative Ramel, does that accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does, Mr. Chair. I think Shell had indicated that he had some comments to make regarding the commercial code that he didn't get a chance to cover earlier.
Okay. Are you looking to make an amendment to the motion, Shell?
No, I think Damon should go now, but
okay.
I guess I hadn't introduced the commercial code fully, so I'll do that when my time comes up.
Damon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to keep this brief. We had 42 proposals that we considered at the TAG, 13 of which were approved. The bulk of the document before you came from proposals 35 and 38, I believe. Shell clarification 38, which was Henry Odom's submittal. Was it essentially what he had co-submitted with the other breakdown in the original process?
The 35 was Henry's, and that's the R406 table. 38 was Johnny's, and we only approved part of it.
Okay, so 35, we submitted 2 406 tables at the end of our session or process last year, correct?
Yeah, the CR 102 for the residential code a year and change ago included 2 options, I believe, in the CR 102 process.
And I think what we have here was the original option that got changed after the fact, after we changed the gas provisions anyways. And also to clarify, we need to keep the scope of the changes in this document to EPCA related changes only. Is that correct?
I mean, that was the direction that the council gave to the TAG, was EPCA and EPCA adjacent.
Okay, okay. And then is the prescriptive and the performance path, Shell, you noted that it was a 600 kilowatts essentially per point, or maybe that was per half point.
Per half point is what the tag used. Yeah.
Okay. And I presume then, since Henry Odom did both, that the prescriptive portion, or excuse me, the performance portion is essentially equivalent to the prescriptive portion in terms of results. Would you say that's correct?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Okay. Okay. With EPCA in mind, if we could scroll to page 7 on the document. When we go down to heating systems, cooling systems, and service water heating, it's been pointed out that likely the performance and prescriptive should both comply to EPCA. And EPCA says that the code reference home should be the federal minimum standard. So I would move that the wording for cooling systems, which says same system type as proposed, same system efficiency as required by prevailing minimum standard, capacity size in accordance with section 4036, be applied to both heating systems and service water heating systems too. And I would love a second.
I'll second that, Damon. I was more of a question. Is that the process we follow at this point? We've already got a motion on a table.
Well, this is a subsidiary motion, but
I'll second. Okay, I'll second.
If our objective here is to make sure that we eliminate all threat of EPCA violations, I think this is a problem because as it's worded right now, it's not the federal minimum standard.
So this is not a proposal to amend the motion.
It would be an amendment, yes.
Which in that case, Representative Ramel would have to be, or we need a second to that then.
Craig seconded my amendment.
Okay.
So the amendment is the item on the table right now.
And what's the table number again? I'm sorry.
This is I don't know if it has a number on it. Oh, it does. 405421. It's in the performance method. And again, this is just simply to keep us. We can't set we can't set anything above a federal minimum.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and lower my hand for discussion from others, and then bring it back up after this motion is dealt with.
Okay. Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out, like, I don't think there was a change from the 2018 baseline system for heating systems. I think that the current statement was as it was previously. So there, I mean, it's stood through the 2018 code cycle as is. I would agree that to avoid preemption from EPCA, the service water heating section should be modified to align with a federal minimum standard, though.
I don't think we were under an EPCA microscope during the 2018 process.
Understood. And yeah, so I guess, yeah, looking at that section and yeah, updating it, I think like it could be aligned, but I want to just make sure that we know that it's been in place previously. And I think one other thing that was pointed out earlier is the reference to R403.6 should be updated to R403.7.
I would take that as an amendment.
Do you need me to second that?
If you would.
I second it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's for both heating and cooling.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Ben?
No, I think you go to Shell. Thanks.
Okay, Chair, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm speaking against this motion. I think it is problematic in a few ways. One is that EPCA, in my interpretation, says you need to use a federal minimum appliance. It doesn't say you need to use an appliance that's different based on your fuel type. So having an air source heat pump in the heating systems as a baseline is sufficient. Or you could use some other system that's common that's as efficient, but you then have to adjust the targets so that you're maintaining the same stringency. For the service water heating, I think the problem with both of these suggestions here is that they are not one-to-one energy use at all. They're in fact moving us in the opposite direction into more risk. And that is because you are now taking a highly efficient appliance, which is a heat pump, and saying, if you install a heat pump, you have to hit extra efficiency beyond this heat pump. Whereas if you install a low performance product like a minimum gas water heater or space heater, you now have to hit, a little bit better than that. If you try and get, a lot better than a heat pump, it's more difficult. If you try and get a lot better than a federal minimum gas appliance, it's easy. So it just doesn't, it's nonsensical to me from the perspective of EPCA compliance, because these changes are, because they're not now comparing energy to energy. You're setting your baseline differently and penalizing anything that starts out as a heat pump and incentivize anything that is a fossil fuel based system. So I do not support the motion at all. I do agree that it would probably reduce a bit of risk if we changed the service water heating from the Tier 1 NEA standard to a federal minimum heat pump water heater for all baseline, for the baseline here. But I don't know that that's absolutely necessary. And we could certainly do that in a public comment period. But anytime we do this, we would have to, anytime we adjust this table, we would have to adjust the targets that are in the adjacent section and make sure that we're maintaining the stringency. That's it.
Okay, Micah, go ahead.
I'll support this. And just since there's nothing else on the table, Chair, I know we had mentioned before about modifications to footnote D and E to kind of correlate with what is the current language in this table. So if there's not the change to this table in section as Damon proposed, are you proposing at some point maybe to modify footnotes D and E? Thanks.
That was a question. Yes, I'm. Someone brought it to my attention recently that a couple of the footnotes probably should be changed, but in talking to that person, we didn't have great code language today, so I would rather get it right by taking public comment on it than trying to hash something through today.
Representative Ramel.
Thanks. Also speaking against this amendment, again, our purpose here has to include meeting the legislative requirement, and reducing the energy efficiency standard without updating the subsequent table does not allow us to do that. I did also just want to note on the suggestion for a change for 403.6 to 403.7. If that's truly just a Scrivener's error, happy to take that as a friendly amendment, and would also note that we can anticipate that there'll be further review to catch exactly those kinds of things as part of the public comment process in front of us. Check.
Todd, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm also respectfully opposed to this, and I appreciate Damon raising this question on the EPCA, but I think one, through my understanding of this now, the process, this is a efficiency or appliance in the reference design, not the design. This is the performance pathway, not the prescriptive. That would mean it's prescriptive if it was requiring that appliance. So I don't agree that the EPCA risk is there. And the second thing is it is fundamentally not accurate because it is changing the target. We'd have to look at the entire reference design bundle system and its performance. So we can't just randomly change, these two different systems here and not change the target. So I don't think it's accurate. We should be doing this, as an amendment to the at this stage. And then just remind everybody, we were trying to move towards a CR 102. We're not even in rulemaking yet, to my understanding. So we're still time to work these things. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion from council? Senator Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just curious. So this, as it has been presented then, has not been determined to be EPCA compliant, correct? The analysis does not prove that it is EPCA compliant.
Yeah. There's no body that determines EPCA compliance other than the courts, right?
So we don't know. Okay.
Anything further from members of council? Okay, with that, we'll do a roll call on the motion on the table, which is to adopt the CR 102 for the residential and commercial Washington State Energy Code with an amendment.
Here, point of order.
Point of order.
Are we not voting on the amendment first?
You want to vote on the amendment first?
Sorry, say that again.
We need to vote on the amendment separately and then come back to the.
Gotcha. Okay, the amendment to the original motion is what we'll be voting on, doing the roll call on, which is to change table R 40542 to read that the same system type as proposed, same system efficiency as required by prevailing minimum federal standards under heating systems. Is that correct, Damon?
That is correct.
And with a friendly amendment to
and water systems as well. It's heating and water, Tony.
Got it. Okay, so that's for heating systems and the service water heating, right?
Yes.
Okay. As well as to fix a Scribner's error for R 403.7.
Could we deal with the Scribner's error separately? I think that's a separate issue.
Okay, we can do that.
That's just editorial. Staff will catch that either way.
Understood. We'll remove that completely from the motion. Okay, with that, let's go into a roll call.
Hey, Shell Anderson?
No.
Jay Arnold?
No.
Todd Bayrether? Todd?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay. Justin Bogart?
No.
Micah Chappelle?
Yes.
Damon Doyle?
Yes.
Tom Handy?
Yes.
Roger Haringa?
No.
Craig Holt?
Yes.
Ty Minzer?
No. Say that again, Ty, I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you.
Ben O'Mara?
No.
Pete Reiki?
No.
And Katie Sheehan? Katie?
No, sorry.
So I have 9, 1, 2, 3, 9 to 3 fails. Correct.
Okay, motion does not carry. Amendment to the motion does not. Damon, go ahead.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, we're back to the main motion on the table. A couple things. I've got a list of several items in the table 406.3, some comments on 406.2, but in the interest of time, I'm going to reserve them. I've had the fortune of being appointed to the Energy Codes Subcommittee of the NHB Construction Codes and Standards, and attended my first meeting virtually last week, or excuse me, earlier this week. And I'm actually going out to our fall board meeting next week. Learned a lot of really interesting things about the 2024 IECC. It's a big leap. It does quite a bit of what we're doing. And the ICC has a code path that by 2030, there will be to net zero. So it's as aggressive as Senate Bill 5854 from 2009 that set us on the 70% glide path. I'm afraid that our code has just gotten more and more complicated. And bear in mind, I'm not only a code user, but I'm a high performance builder. I've been doing heat pumps since 1993. I've been doing heat pump water heaters for the last 6 years. I get it. I mean, I push for high performance. And but we've got a code that's just gotten clunky and cumbersome. We know there's holes in it. We're about to pass it out into 102. And you know, I fear this thing actually becoming our code and across the state. I would really prefer to see us switch into the 2024 process, adopt the IECC 2024, and put a new code out the following year. So that's kind of where I stand. I'll be voting against the motion. Thank you.
Representative Ramel, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate Damon's attention to the clock. I'll try to follow suit here with just a couple quick comments. First, just a reminder that what we're voting on is whether to put this to a public comment period. And so, you know, I'm a little bit reluctant to call a vote on something where we really did rush through the public comment that we heard today, but want to make sure everybody watching knows that there will be a robust public comment period. When we adopted these codes in their previous form last year, we had a couple of days set aside for a public comment period, and there will be more chance and more opportunity for that. And look forward to hearing the public's voices throughout that process. I do also just kind of want to highlight that, you know, I mean, we've heard a lot of discussion about whether it's cost effective to use 80% gas appliances in buildings, and whether it's cost effective to do so under this code. I just want to reiterate, I don't believe that the federal statute that EPCA requires Washington State to make it cost competitive to use an inferior technology. I think if one technology is clearly superior to the other, our job is to create a level playing field, and I believe that these are a step towards doing that. And if we create a level playing field, then it's obviously more cost effective to use heat pumps. Then that makes sense. Final thing I will say is just a reiteration of the importance. We're under not just the EPCA standard, but under the Washington State Legislature's requirement to move steadily towards that increased energy efficiency target. Excited to move one step further in that direction today, urging a yes vote. Thanks, everybody.
Val, go ahead.
Was that Chell? You say
Val,
Chell?
please.
Okay, yeah. So the commercial energy code, I wanted to go through a few things on the commercial energy code. Since that's part of the motion, we only passed 5 proposals, 26, which deleted mandatory heat pump requirements from the C407 modeling pathway. That was unanimous. We passed 027, which changes some things in chapter 5 about existing buildings to make it more aligned with EPCA. We passed 028, which changes some language slightly and changes some references. We passed 36 and 37, and we ended up replacing 036. Well, we passed 036, which changes the modeling pathway, which removes the carbon table and uses site energy as the metric. The baseline for that is ASHRAE 90.1 2004, which is a very old standard. So there's very little EPCA risk under that, as far as I can tell. Then we pass 037, and this is where there's a little bit of there's two options that are presented to us, and we can easily pass both on to the public, get comments on them, or we could make a decision today. The MVE did prefer one of the options and voted a motion forward that preferred one of the options. We'll get to that in a second. So they're basically, we'll call them the 037 Johnny and 037 Dwayne. They do largely the same thing when it comes to they both create a fossil fuel path, what is specific in the prescriptive code for a fossil fuel pathway, that it says use a prescriptive code, but change these things to allow fossil fuels. Then, because the fossil fuel baseline is worse in terms of energy performance than the heat pump pathway, you need a number of additional credits under C406. And there's some math that went into that and a lot of discussion on the math that went into that. Both of the proposals, the 037 Johnny and 037 Dwayne, do largely the same thing. It's just about where the code sections are located within the code book. And the Dwayne Johnlin version puts all the code language into one section. So if you're going to use the fossil fuel pathway, you go through that section and it tells you what to do. The 037 Johnny puts the code sections throughout the rest of the code. It's not like you can use them in other sections of the code, but they are dispersed throughout the rest of the code. So the pathway you'd follow for both of them are the same. It's just about whether the code language is in one place or in multiple places. The stringency is there's a couple of differences between them, but they're not, I don't know. I'm trying to keep this briefer. They use the same modeling to back them up. In fact, they had two different modeling entities, and they both arrived at very similar in terms of the additional energy credits required to meet the same energy performance target under the C406 option. The committee voted to show a preference for the Dwayne version of 037 that consolidates all the code language into a single place. And then then there was a discussion, and then at the MVE we added an area weighting option because mixed use buildings can have two different uses in them or three, and there's area weighting for C406 credits already within the code. So there was an additional weighting added to the fossil fuel path, so that if you supplied, for instance, your restaurant with fossil fuels, but the rest of your office building was on heat pumps, you'd only need the additional efficiency requirements for the restaurant portion of it, or be prorated rather. So that was added. We also added a couple of comments from Eric Vandermeer. I'm going to make a motion to modify the motion to add a few things that Eric Vandermeer suggested earlier in public comment and also sent to Krista earlier. And those are about PTHPs that apparently are not rated down to 17 degrees. So there's an exception added to that so that they're viable within the code. There's a slight change under C401.3 that Eric Vandermeer has that made it a little clearer, the language a little clearer. It doesn't have a substantive change on it. And then there was a comment on surface water heating in C404.2.1. for an exception for electric resistance as well. And those are the three that I don't know if you have in front of you, Krista, the code language for those. They're not major changes, but I think they'll make it easier for public comment to be accepted and make it better for a cleaner thing for us to accept public comment on. So he sent specific language in an email that I forwarded to you, Krista, like an hour ago or something like that. Anyway, the motion is to include those three changes as an mandatory motion.
Can I get the section numbers on the three proposed changes, please?
I'll second.
Yes. So if you so the first one is C4 3.1.4, C4 3.1.4. It's on the screen. And that's the comment. I will bring up the email because it's really clear in the email. C403. C403.44.1.1. Okay, there we are. And then exceptions, and this just allows more package terminal heat pumps to be used, even if they're not rated down to 17 degrees F. Then there's C401.3.1, item 2, which under the fossil fuel compliance path also allows electric resistance. And then C401.2.2 is just small change there. So those are the three sections that my motion is about. And that was seconded. While we're discussing that, I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting until 4:45.
Second. Any discussion?
Yes, I have to leave at 4. I cannot extend it, so I'm going to vote no on the motion.
Does anyone else need to, is not available after 4?
So Wilson just left. Senator Wilson indicated she will call it. Okay, sorry. You can try to call it. Yeah, sorry.
I have to leave. I can stay a few minutes past 4, but not much. Is that I'm non-voting, but it is my motion that we're discussing. Is that a problem?
If that's all, I think we can still maintain a quorum. So we'll do this. Let's do just a quick roll call on the extension of the meeting to 4:45. I canceled my 4:15, and so I'll be here till 4:45 as well.
Tony, can we just do a voice vote?
Yeah, yeah. Let's do. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any against?
Nay.
That was Craig for the record.
And I'll try to catch you on the phone, but Stoyan's going to have to let me in under a different phone number when I try to get back on.
Thank you, Craig. Continue, Joe.
Okay, so that was my motion to amend the motion, and I guess Representative Rommel, if you accept it, then will be part of your motion.
Accepted.
Okay, we don't have to vote on that mandatory motion because it's accepted. Okay, that was my motion. So now I'll stop speaking.
Okay, Todd, go ahead.
Real quick, so based on what I see here, Krista, I believe this is a mashup of both 37 Johnny and 37 Dwayne. Is that correct? And then based on what the council advises, then that would be amended or revised for the CR 102 filing, right?
Yeah, it looks like some of them are in both and some of them are exclusive to.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Krista. I did favor Dwayne, but we didn't hear from Johnny. So I think if we move forward, I think it's a good opportunity to get feedback from both Johnny and others, you know, in the public comments. So I'm comfortable with it. We're recommending the 3-7 John Twain. Thank you.
Okay, Micah.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for putting this together and for the motion. I will be supporting the motion just based on the timing, and some of these items that we have concerns with can be captured in public comment and adjusted from there.
Sorry, Micah, your microphone cut out in the end there. Will you restate your last couple sentences?
Yeah, I apologize. One of my staff members were calling me for some reason. I was stating that I will be supporting the motion, and I think some of these items that we have concerns with can be captured through the public comment hearing. However, I do have some concerns. My first question is to staff: are all the changes in the commercial document shown in red? Could be a quick yes or no from someone.
I have to take a look at it, but yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
Red or blue? I believe previously. Okay, great. Previously, Damon asked if these items only address those concerns for EPCA. However, and the answer was yes. And I have some concerns of section C401.3.6 that provides requirements for electrification readiness. That has nothing to do with EPCA or the reasons we are in this situation. So at some point, we need to address that, and I'm sure we can address that through public comment, but that doesn't seem like that meets the criteria of why we made or directed changes as the council. Second, I did have some questions on the area weighted section, in that it is kind of existing language, but it talks about in the second sentence of C406.1.2, C406.1.2, number 1, where it says where one occupancy group is less than 10% of the floor area of the project, use the primary occupancy group for all credits. Is that all credits for that individual occupancy group or for all the occupancy groups in that mixed use structure? Again, this would be something we can clarify in public comment. And then one thing I'd also like to bring up, I have some concerns that we're being told to go to another meeting documentation and search up something for preliminary cost benefit analysis. I know that's important. It is a requirement. And if we're going to move this into the CR, further into the CR process, it is indicated that we have to provide notification that that exists. I don't think we should have to send them to research some other meeting somewhere else to find those documents. If we're going to put these proposals forward, I'd like to include those preliminary proposals on economic analysis with this proposal we're showing on the screen. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion from council? Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I also want to say that I'm very uncomfortable with C401 3.6 as an addition. You know, that wasn't even in the original code proposals, and now it is a part of the code, and it has nothing to do with EPCA, and I'd be inclined to vote this whole thing down just because of that. So maybe with that said, I would make a motion that be stricken from both proposals.
Okay, we have a motion to amend. We have a second. Motion fails due to lack of a second. Any other comments from council members? Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and do a roll call. Because of the amendment, Chael, will you please restate the motion? Because I'm a little lost on what those exact sections are. That way we know what we're voting on.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Restate the motion. The motion, Alex, Representative Romel's motion that I seconded is to move the commercial and residential draft code changes that were approved by the MBE committee forward into the CR 102 process, along with 3 additional changes to the commercial energy code that were shown on the screen a while ago and are on the screen now, and specifically have have to do with sections C401.2.2 process equipment, C401.3.1 item 2, and C403.4.1.1 heat pump supplementary heat control, about air-to-air heat pumps and specifically packaged terminal heat pumps.
Okay, Representative Ramel, follow.
Yeah, that's correct. Just also noting that we also incorporated the Scrivener's error for 403.7 that Ben had caught.
Yes, sir. And council staff will take care of that via an errata. So with that, we'll do a roll call. Go ahead.
Jill Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Todd Bayreuther,
Aye.
Justin Borgalt,
Aye.
Micah Chappelle,
Say that again, Micah.
Yes.
thank you. Damon Doyle,
No.
Tom Handy,
No.
Roger Haringa,
Yes.
Craig Holt,
And Craig had to leave.
had to leave, sorry. Ty Menser,
Yes.
Ben Omura,
Yes.
Pete Reiki,
Yes.
Katie Sheehan.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 10-2. Okay, that brings us to our next agenda item, which is request to delay the effective date of Washington state codes.
Well, was there an ERI report on?
Oh, yes, there was. Sorry. ERI report on number 9. Go ahead.
I have nothing to report at this time.
All right, anything further on agenda item number 9? Okay, with that, we'll move to agenda item number 10, which is the request to delay the effective date of Washington state codes. Stoyan, do you want to start that off?
We received several requests for delay, and the original agenda item was listing everything, and we kept receiving requests for delay for different codes for different reasons. Some of these requests, they were conflicting with each other, so we have a very simple message here. Most of the requests are posted on the website. We didn't have enough time to post everything because they were submitted too late. And this is all I can say. The Building Industry Association of Washington submitted the first one, and it's related to the energy code, but it includes all codes in addition to the energy code. And we had some with the WE code based on different reasons. A few of those were technical, and some in general. So the folks that requested it, I think they can wait in here and explain the reasoning for this.
Okay, with that, I'll open it up to members of council to get the discussion started before going to public comment. Unless we want to start with public comment. Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, I am in support of getting the new codes adopted as quickly as possible, but I also strongly believe that we should adopt all of them at the same time, or make them effective all at the same date rather than some before and some after. I think from our conversation today, the energy code is going to be sometime between January and April. Not sure what that date is yet. But I feel strongly, and I don't know the right process. I just think we should pick a date that's out there where we think that we can get the energy code done through the process and plan on adopting all of the codes at that time. And whether that is March 1st, April 1st, February 1st, I'm not sure yet.
I need to add something that I forgot when I was making my statement. So the last time when the codes were updated, and this is not a personal opinion, I'm just sharing what we saw. The same day we got tons of emails and phone calls with folks that disagreed with that. I'm not sharing personal opinion. So I now will discuss this and I know other folks, other associations, if I can say that, discuss this thing. But I want you to take this into consideration. The feedback that we got the first time was not really.
Thank you, Stein. Anything further, Roger? Okay, Todd, go ahead.
Thank you. And Roger, just to respond to that, I just want to clarify that the codes are obviously adopted, energy code included, and the implementation is going, into effect October 29th. So the rulemaking we've talked about today and just move forward, not coupled necessarily to the decision on this. That's a risk mitigation. The codes will go into effect with no action today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further council discussion? Okay, we're going to move this to public comment for the time being. We're going to have the same rules as our public comment on the last agenda item, limiting public comment to 1 minute due to time constraints. If you have public comment on this matter and you're online, please use the raise hand function. When I call on you, when you begin to speak, your time will start. We'll start with Tim.
Yeah, this is Tim Atterbury with the Associated General Contractors of Washington. I'd support a delay to July 1 of 2024. I mean, if you're realistic about this, we got to train thousands of building officials, builders, and designers, and that's a heavy lift. And as you can see from today's debate, complex energy code issues are in front of folks that have to live with this eventually. I did see Micah. I read your newsletter, buddy, and I saw that you were for the city of Seattle. They're already talking about early 2024. I think that rural and suburban jurisdictions are probably with less resources going to have to delay until July 1. Just thinking about those folks that are maybe not as sophisticated as the city of Seattle. So a July 1 delay would be AGC's preference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. David Swayze, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is David Swayze. I'm the building official for the city of Bothell. We experienced delays twice in moving to the 2018 codes, and that kind of thing can't persist moving forward. And with the known disagreements, specifically in energy codes, it's affected how we can help applicants and train our staff. As people have already mentioned, we haven't had the materials to train our staff. So I recommend moving forward with one of these three options. Move forward with adopting the codes as planned. Move to 2021 code implementation to November 1, 2024. And that would give us time to train our staff, skip the 2021 code and plan for the 2024 code. And part of this is everyone who is involved needs to get together and discuss it and solve this problem, because it's like we can't do our jobs. And this is very, very problematic. And we just need a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Jennings.
Yes, thank you. Ty Jennings, Cascade Natural Gas. I speak to you today on behalf of Cascade Natural Gas, code educators, and the people of Washington State. Today, I'm asking for an extension until July 1 of 2024. I have submitted a letter with these points, but I briefly want to identify the current rulemaking effort is obviously, per the discussion today, unlikely to be completed in time for the current delay. Without a delay training for code officials, design professionals, and those contractors and industry professionals held responsible for adherence to the codes cannot be provided. I, as someone who has conducted energy code trainings, had to halt teaching classes during this amendatory process. We simply cannot conduct trainings on the energy code until we know what the code will be. Furthermore, pursuant to RCW 1927A 045 and 025, this council is obligated to have any decisions to amend the state energy codes not take effect before the end of the regular legislative session in the subsequent year.
Andrea, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Andrea Smith with the Building Industry Association of Washington. We also would urge support, obviously, to delay implementation to July 1 of 2024. The reason being simply that any changes, any substantive changes to the energy code, which we're directly talking about today, will need to sit before a legislative session. And I know that traditionally that has not been challenged, but the changes that are going to take effect are going to have drastic impacts on the industry. And I would definitely foresee some sort of legal challenge coming up the pike for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Petrie, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kathleen Petrie, and I'm speaking on behalf of King County. We are not in support of delaying the 2021 codes, and I'd like to address some of the comments provided in the letters. With regard to inadequate timing, the majority of the codes have been known and available for months. There's been ample training provided over the past year by WABO, BIAW, Master Builders, WSU, and NIA. Changes are straightforward, so modest training can be accomplished before the codes are implemented. The codes are an iterative process, updated every 3 years. If we push this off again, we will be behind the national codes. Roll back the efforts towards meeting state and local climate goals and disrespect the time many individuals have invested in this process. Let's see, with regard to being out of compliance with RCW 1927-074, codes were fully approved by council in November 2022 and on track. Yeah, but thank you very much for your time, and please do not vote in support to delay the codes.
Thank you. Tyler Litzenberger.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm the president and founder of Vector Development Company. We're a small business developer in Kirkland. We have a number of properties that we're working on developing, and we've closed on the land. The update in energy code and the state building code has a significant negative impact on our contractors' ability to provide us with pricing and reasonable timelines for material deliveries for the materials that are required to be code compliant. So we're running into a material delivery issue, and our contractors don't have their arms wrapped around how to interpret and what to implement. So we also strongly encourage a delay to July 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ardell Jala, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Ardell Jala. I'm the building official for Seattle Department of Construction and Inspections. I'd like to speak to the Seattle delay as posted on our website to early 2024. That was in recognition of the October 29th current date of implementation at the state level. And Seattle, as many of you know, has further amendments. And that date was established on our website, acknowledging that there is still an additional process for Seattle to implement the codes at the state level and then further make further amendments, which we are allowed to do. So we are not in support of delay of the codes to July 1st. We would like to encourage the council to adopt it as soon as they are able to incorporate the energy code changes that have been proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeanette McKay, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, Jeanette McKay with Washington Realtors. Because of all the complexity and the changes that are occurring with just, this aspect of the energy code, but with all the codes, we think it's really, really important to delay until July 1st of 2024. I mean, these are complex codes. And the other thing is that the building officials are having a hard time implementing. And in particular, the WUI code needs to be readdressed by the council because of the issues it's raising and the questions it's raising. So thank you.
Yep. Armstrong. Armstrong. Okay. Armstrong, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I speak for myself. I don't represent any group, person, or organization. However, listening to the discussion and the ramifications, one comment that's applicable to my my reluctance to move rulemaking forward is the fact that the statement that EFCA policy can't be reviewed and approved until it gets ahead of a court. So that really leaves us all in the dark. Let's not rush this into any one judgment. We delay codes across this country for many reasons. Let's get it right the first time. Thank you.
Lance Dahl.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me? I'm on a mobile device right now.
Yes, sir.
I'm speaking on behalf of the city of Spokane and more importantly on behalf of the Washington State Association of Fire Marshals. We are not in favor of delaying the code process. Many cities have already gone to the point of adjusting their permit system. They're ready to be turned on. We've invested in the code books and the training that WAFSM, the Washington State Association of Fire Marshals, has provided across the state as well as other agencies. So we are not in support of the delay.
Okay, Dustin, do we have anyone in person who would like to do public comment?
I have one note for Larry Andrews, and then I've got, I think everybody will think. Can I assume everybody in here wants to make a testimony?
No, we're just here to watch.
Okay.
My name's Larry Andrews, Andrews Mechanical. I'm asking you to delay the codes to at least July 1st, 2024, because I think your preference of the energy code is totally wrong, because the date that we're supposed to do a 70% reduction by, heat pumps were running then. And when you start running the formulas to see what it takes, you're making an assumption right now that your heat pumps are that much more efficient than what they were in the implementing date of the 70% reduction. That implement date, we had COP heat pumps at 2. And I'm telling you, what you're going through right now is the wrong preference. You should be looking at how to build the house more efficient, because the numbers you're running are all wrong. Because we've had heat pumps.
Thank you, Larry. Is there anyone else, Dustin?
Okay, I'll go here to Watchberg.
Thank you. My name is Jim Breidbach, and I'm an employee of BIW, one of a handful of instructors tasked by BIW to provide training and education of the code cycles to our over 800 member companies, as well as regional building officials attend and participate in our training classes. The challenge we've got is providing competent and accurate data to our member companies. And currently we've got an incomplete and inaccurate product to provide to them in the form of our state building codes. Even in an ideal condition, the State Building Codes Council has been slow in providing finished product, specifically the insert pages for the model code, as well as the compendium document, the revised complete document to our participants. And so at a minimum, we need anywhere from 60 to 90 days to provide that training, to access the code materials.
That concludes your time. Dustin, is there anyone else?
Here in the gray.
Ann Anderson, structural engineer, Vancouver, Washington, and code geek. I would love it if you guys would skip to the 2024 code. These codes are published, except the IEC is nearly published. The 2024 IBC, the 2024 IRT, these have the latest technology, the latest information. They adopt the latest ASCE regulations. It would just be such common sense to jump to that and then to go through all the training for those latest codes that are already available. Thank you.
Any more? Go ahead.
Jennifer Thomas from Spokane Home Builders Association. I echo the numerous requests to delay till July 1st, 2024. I think that these are complicated rules with not a thorough process to access them and teach to them. And haste makes waste. As was brought up earlier, we've already spent lots of tax dollars fighting a legal battle. I would love to get it right rather than continue the legal battles.
And nothing further in the room? That concludes the room testimony, Tony.
Okay, excellent. So that concludes public comment on agenda item number 10. We'll bring it back to council discussion. Trail, go ahead.
I was unclear. There was a discussion earlier about permanent rules and when they could go into effect, and then also emergency rules that could be used as well. I obviously I think October 29 is not a reasonable date to implement a code that hasn't been fully vetted. And we're not going to hit that date, but what other date to hit? And I don't want to do this a bunch of times and just delay the code a bunch of times, because that's problematic for almost everybody who works in the industry. But there was a suggestion about something about emergency rules and permanent rules earlier, and I wanted to hear what that idea was.
Yeah, I'm going to just jump in real quick, Chell, because was that part of the discussion that we were having about the CR 103P filing versus so this is going to matter for purposes of how you craft a motion, because when we did this last time and extended the rules, we were talking about doing it in the context of an emergency rule, the CR 103E, which has a maximum of 120 days. That's how we randomly landed on the October 29th date, right? Because that was 120 days out from the filing of the CR 103E, right? That's the emergency rule. What we have subsequently learned, what staff learned in working with the code revisor's office, is that you don't need to do it through an emergency rule. You can do it by changing the effective date on the 103P filing, permanent rule filing. And so for a whole host of reasons, staff elected to do that, consistent with the 120 days, but to do it through that filing rather than an emergency rule. And in subsequent conversations we'd had with staff, and Kristen and Stoyan, I hope you don't mind me just restating this. They've endorsed, staff at the code revisor's office, they've endorsed taking the same step if the council chooses to extend the codes accordingly. That would be, there were several 103Ps that were filed for each one of the codes. So you could do a different effective date for each one. But that's the easiest and most transparent way for the code revisor's office to handle an extension of the effective date of the codes. And so that was what we were talking about before. And my recommendation would be, when you do a motion, do it in a way that is direct staff to work with the code revisor's office to extend the code, so that they can elect to do it through emergency rule if necessary, but more likely through the CR 103P amendment.
Thank you, Derek.
This is how the language appears on the website, and you see this effective until October 29, effective October 29. If you do it with an emergency rule, it will change only this effective day, and it won't even show up on the website because you don't see the emergency rule there. If we do it with amendments to the CR 103P, it will change these dates right here, and everybody can see the effective date. That's the difference between the emergency rule and changing the
right. That's the transparency we were talking about. So it's really critical to communicate that effective date through the website. But the only way that they could do that at the legislature, the code revisor, is through an amendment to the 103P.
Okay. Thank you. Micah, go ahead.
Thanks. That definitely answers some questions and concerns.
I definitely, I know we need to get through the energy code process, and that's probably going to delay these further. I know that the community, the design community, user community would like to know if there's going to be a further delay. So I don't know if we should push this off until October 20th, which would be the next meeting prior to the date online. But at the same time, I don't have a date certain that we need to push this to. Be nice if we could leave an open date to correlate with the wrapping up of the energy rulemaking process, but I don't think we can do that. And then to speak to a few other concerns we've heard, skipping the 2021. I of course want to speak against that. We have done all the work for the 2021 already. There's no sense. The training has been done. The work has been done. I mean, we're down to a few of the modified rules for the energy code, but the rest of it is ready to go. So I don't encourage that at all. I don't encourage skipping the next code cycle either. We may just have to have a shorter code cycle to where it's, we're catching up for the 2027 by a short 2024 code and as well as a short 2021 code. So I think we can get through this. I just don't have a date certain that we would need to delay this to. It'd be nice if we just had an open end, but I'm not sure if we can do that. Maybe Derek can answer that question. Thanks.
The only way to make it open-ended would be to not delay, delay the codes. I mean, there's no such thing as an open-ended delay, right? You would need an effective date for the codes. If you all don't act until October 29th, all of the codes are going to become effective that day, including the energy codes. So I would submit that something needs to happen. There needs to be an extension of some sort. What that date is ultimately going to have to be up to the council. I would note, though, that this is a different issue than the energy code effective date. This is about the current delay for the codes. And if you pick a date that, July 1st, April 1st, February 1st, you could still take steps to make those energy code proposals after the CR 103 for that is filed effective on a certain date too. So that's a different inquiry as to what that effective date is. I'm sure that just confused everything, but I want to make sure that we're not talking here about the energy code effective date. We're talking about the effective date for all of the codes.
Thank you. Krista, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that the code revisor's office has told us that they need a minimum of 2 weeks to make those changes across their system. So we would have to make those changes at least 2 weeks before the October 29th date.
Okay, thank you. I would like to note we have 11 minutes before State Building Code Council gets evicted from the room. We have 4 hands up, and we may need time to make a motion to table the rest of the items until the next State Building Code Council meeting, and we may have to entertain an emergency meeting before the next one. Todd, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very direct. I'm strongly opposed to any delay, and a couple of quick points. Our task with the energy code was to go into risk mitigation on EPCA. The question we have to ask ourselves is, did we do everything we can to an acceptable level to do that risk mitigation? And I believe we have. So we're moving into that. Is there a risk if we move into code implementation on the 29th? There always is. But again, there's not a court decision that's pushing us to do this. This is preemptive, or I mean, this is action we're taking to de-risk. So what we have to weigh that against is the risk of delaying again. And as a manufacturing representative, that is just, it's such a burden to not, it affects capital outlays, it affects new product introduction, it affects the design and engineering teams that are already designing projects, not only in our state, but other states that have already adopted 2021. So it's actually causing these weird disruptions where we're doing alternative methods on projects to design to the 2021 code. So we just need to move forward, and I'll remind everybody we're also ready to move forward on the 2024 codes. So that process starts in the next couple of months. So we have a lot in front of us. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to tie this back real quick to something that we talked about earlier today, which was the off-cycle energy storage systems. Should this be delayed, As I understand it, there's an emergency rule now for all of that language in the 2018 code, and that emergency rule could be re-upped, so to speak, to keep that active should this code not be implemented on the 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, I can answer that. Yes, it is, but there would need to be a vote by the council. Well, actually, there might not need to be a vote for the council, because if you extend the 18th, if you're going to do something new with the code, a new emergency rule, then you would need to take a vote on that. But Krista, am I wrong in saying that you would just as a matter of course extend that if there isn't?
If they don't take any other action, we would just refile the existing emergency rule language.
So the point was that's not in jeopardy, right?
No.
Okay.
Damon, go ahead.
So it's clear that we're not going to be able to hit the October 29th date with the energy code. And it looks possible that it may need to sit through a session. So I would be in support of the delay to July 1.
Katie, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like I'm playing catch up here. So you're saying the whole code can go into effect on the 29th if we don't do anything, but the energy code is going to be delayed no matter what. And so if that's the case,
Wait, that's not accurate. The energy code will go into effect on October 29th if we don't take any action.
you don't take any action. Yeah, okay. So Todd, are you saying that the energy, you're not talking about energy code?
All codes, including energy.
And then the CR 102 gets filed and amended. I'm just trying to understand what you just said. Okay, thanks.
Val, go ahead.
I'm struggling with which date we should delay the codes until as well, like everybody else. Is it February 1, which seems like a reasonable date, or do we go with legislative cycle, which would be April 1? I'm vacillating between the two of those.
Well, I'm sorry I'm being so active here, but I want to be mindful of time. It's a short session, a 60-day session. So beginning or middle of March would be the end of the legislative session.
Okay, so March 15th might be reasonable. Okay, I'll make a motion then to delay all codes, change the effective date of all the codes until March 15th of 2024.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. We'll open it up to discussion. Chell, anything further on your motion?
I think it's the earliest reasonable date that reduces risk that it needs to sit through a legislative cycle and should give us time to get the code right and get people trained on it.
Okay. Jay, do you have any comments to your second?
No, Shell got it very well.
Okay. Micah, go ahead.
Thanks, Chell. I appreciate you going to make an motion. I was about to do the same. Somehow I lowered my hand earlier, but I think your date works. I think I might have gone 2 weeks longer, but March 15th will work. I think that will capture the issues we're all concerned with wrapping up the energy code process. It will wrap up off-cycle rules. I think it'll just kind of come to the right timing that will work. Yes, it's not what the requesters have wanted, but it is a delay and it's a date certain that I think will work as a compromise for everyone. So thanks for making it. I will support it.
Justin, go ahead.
Okay, I just have a comment, and that's something that I think we gotta keep in mind, and that is there are other codes that we really should have in place as soon as possible. So I like the March date. I think that's much better than July. But we're kind of talking about just the energy code. There's some life safety codes and other codes that we really should get implemented as soon as possible. So that's my only concern with this whole thing.
Katie, go ahead.
Yeah, my understanding is that the two previous not emergency rules, but off-cycle rules that we passed earlier, that there's no problem with the battery one, but there is a problem for the R4, correct? That would go into effect March 3rd as well. And I mean, maybe we're gonna have to, given that we have to leave in 4 minutes, I just want to include that into any conversation that we need to, if that's applicable.
We will have a state building code council meeting prior to that date, and so we can address that then. Anything further?
I guess I'll just say that every time we talk about delaying some of the codes, but not all the codes, or having different implementation dates, I get really panicky. And I think a lot of people really don't want to have different effective dates for different codes. So I just wanted to, that's something we've just talked about many times before. And I think generally it seems like a lot of people agree that we don't want to have different effective dates for different codes.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll do a roll call. The motion is to push the effective date of the adoption of the 2021 codes to March 15th.
Point of clarification.
All right, go ahead, Micah.
That motion should be implementation date, not adoption. I think you indicated adoption.
Thank you. Implementation. Thank you, Micah.
No, actually, I'm going to correct you. You want the word you're looking for is effective.
Okay, we're going to try
that's the word I used in my motion.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and say effective date for March 15th. Okay, I think we're all on the same page now. Let's go ahead and do our roll call.
Shell Anderson.
Yes.
Jay Arnold.
Yeah.
Todd Bayreuther.
Oh.
Is that a no?
Oh.
Justin Borgalt.
Aye.
Micah Chappelle.
Yes.
Damon Doyle.
Yes.
Tom Handy.
Yes.
Roger Haringa.
Yes.
Ty Menser.
Yes.
Ben O'Mara.
Yes.
Pete Reiki.
Yes.
And Katie Sheehan.
Yes.
11-1.
Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Do we need a motion to table the remaining items for the next council meeting? Damon, go ahead.
I move to table the remaining items on the agenda to the next council meeting.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
I'll second.
Micah with a second. Any discussion on that? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against? Okay, motion carries. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your time today.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Tony. Good job.